If you say today is a good day, do you still have bad days then? Or is it just like life in general is now just much better since you changed jobs? Because like winter's starting, right? So I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of. I feel like we're getting to the point. Like I think we're still sort of like we still have a few weeks, but I feel like we're getting to the point where like winter depression is gonna hit. Um, so that's gonna be a few interesting talks. I used to travel around dealing directly with intense customers, McDonald's, KFC, etc. Oh, damn, okay. We needed stuff fixed straight away while people are stood watching. Mm. Yeah, no pressure, right? No pressure. It's just they're like breathing down your neck, and you literally probably like hear them like, oh my god. Ooh, you need to be a special type of person, I feel like, to like that or to just sort of tolerate that for a longer period of time. I think that's so stressful. So now you're sort of like just like an online support, like talking to people. I still have very bad days. Social anxiety can kick my butt some days, but I have more good days than bad now. Oh, I feel you. I also have social anxiety. Sucks ass. It's like also so annoying, right? Because it's like you want to meet with people sometimes. um like you don't really want to isolate yourself from society, but it's just sort of like hard to take part in society. Yeah. So that's probably like really good for your social anxiety then, right? To be able to work at home. Like when I was working, I also like started from working at home and I loved it. Mm, I loved it so much more. Like I was working in IT, not IT support, but just like software developer. And it was like long. It was like an internship. But I don't know. I was in this like office with three other people. So there were like four tables. One of those was mine, and then three other people's. And I don't know. It was. I feel like with IT especially, there's just times where you sort of like you need a break. Like your brain needs a break because you're like, I looked at this so long now. I don't get anything at this point anymore. Like it's sort of like when a problem is like hard and then like you look into it, you're like really concentrated the entire time. And if your energy then sort of like bottoms out before you have the problem fixed, I feel like it's just, I don't know, you just try to look more into it, but you don't get anything anymore. And it feels like a foreign language or something. Um, and it doesn't like, I personally, I don't notice it that easily. So I only notice it when I start to believe that everything could be the problem now because I'm like, so it could come from here too and there too and this and because like before that wasn't really my concern, but at some point my concentration is like so low that I'm not sure about what I know anymore. And yeah, I feel like then you just need a break. And I feel like being in the office is so annoying in that moment because it should be normalized to take a break like this, right? But I always feel so like back then especially, I felt so watched, sort of. Like if I now just like sit back and like, like breathe for like 5 minutes to sort of like calm down, or if I just like go grab a coffee now, which is, I don't know, like the third time today or something, then like people will sort of be like, oh, yeah, she's not working properly or stuff like this. And I don't know, I loved it at home way more. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That you have the option to sort of like adjust to your own mental state. That's really nice. What is the worst part about your social anxiety in the office? Or like your social anxiety in general? Like, what is a bad day specifically? Sort of. Thankfully, my office is only me and oh, nice. Hmm. I bet. Oh, that's great. So yeah, what sort of does what is a bad day for you? Like, is there something that happens, or is it just sort of like you didn't sleep right, you wake up and it's shit from the start? Or is it like something happened on the day before which hasn't resolved? Like, did you recognize any type of pattern to this? Or like know where it's like sort of coming from? For me, it's been like really helpful to sort of I don't know, like to get an idea of what like overstimulates me, um and what's sort of like crashing me out, to then be able to sort of not necessarily avoid those situations, but just in those situations care better for myself. A very bad day will be laying in bed shaking, not wanting to see anyone. But thankfully that hasn't happened for a few years. So now when tired I still get anxiety attacks, but I have tools to stop them. But then it takes a few hours to recover. Hmm. Hmm. That's really bad. I'm glad you didn't have that for a few years. I'm glad it got better. That seems really scary as well. Do you want to share what the anxiety attacks are sort of like about? It started from another previous job doing support in a school and being accused of something I didn't do, and how I was treated by management. Hmm. So that's sort of like where the anxiety is coming from. That you sort of are then like triggers that like other people, like situations where you think like other people are sort of like suspicious of you, and or like, I don't know, like talk bad about you or something like this. Because the fear is that you're sort of like getting bullied out of the next job. Hmm. Being aggressive. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I don't like that either. People being aggressive is really tough. Is it just like openly aggressive? Or is it this weird passive aggressiveness where they like pretend, like to me, that's like being openly aggressive is like it's scary, but it's not really giving me sort of like an anxiety attack, I think. I didn't experience that much. But to me, it's really this like this sort of hidden, not really hidden because it's really obvious, but like sort of like this aggressiveness where they pretend to still be logic. And then you need to sort of like find arguments and stuff like this, but they just dismiss any type of arguments. And sort of like cherry pick anything you said. And I don't know, so sort of it just feels like it gets worse and worse, and the other person is like uncooperative in the conversation, but at the same time judging you. Yeah, it's not what I mean. It's not really passive aggressiveness. Passive aggressiveness is what we usually describe with that as like, yeah, just like these like snarky remarks or something, which is like not a situation that escalates usually. I've always been very pedantic, so arguments I can deal with as long as there's a reason behind their point. Yeah, that's sort of actually the thing why these things, like, why I crash out from those situations. Because it seems like they sort of they act like there's reason behind their arguments, but they don't really offer any arguments and just dismiss any of my arguments and dismiss it with the most irrelevant things at all. So like they don't make the argument like invalid or anything. They don't prove it wrong, not any of that. It's just like I make an argument and then they like, I don't know. And like the point of the conversation is also always changing. Because they sort of like they just want to win, but they pretend it's about logic. You know what I mean? It's like ego covered in fancy words, if that makes sense. And those situations are really difficult for me because I don't like, I'm probably autistic and I don't really, yeah, I always get stuck in these. Because it's like, I'm usually sort of like surprised that the other person didn't get it because to me, the argument is not about something new. It's about something really obvious. And then I make arguments, but they get dismissed. And instead of just sort of like setting my foot down on those arguments and being like, I mean, of course you dismiss them, but they're still valid. So like either like see my point or get lost. Like, what do you want from me? I'm like, oh fuck, okay, these arguments didn't work. I need to find other arguments. And then at some point I laid out like 100 arguments, all of them got dismissed. And their argument is just essentially like, no, I don't think so. Period. And it like socially looks like they're winning, even though it's absolutely mind-boggling what they're saying, and it doesn't make any sense. And it's also like usually there's like a sense of like there's there's harmful implications to society if their side comes out of on top, sort of. But yeah, because they dismiss it with like sort of like fancy words and like pretending to be logical, it's I get distracted from what like that they're dismissing the argument. And I get caught up in these like new things I now need to explain. And it's definitely like it has gotten better. So I started therapy a couple of years ago. And It's like way better now, but this one has been like, those situations have been eating me up. Like, because I also didn't realize how stressed I was. Until I was like low-key at the point of a panic attack. So really difficult situation, I feel like. Yeah. So you also have started therapy? Like you said you now like have like different strategies to like deal with the anxiety? Did you get them like through therapy, or did you just sort of like find them out on your own? Cognitive behavior therapy. Oh, what is that like? Actually, let me look it up real quick. Because like since I got therapy in the Netherlands, I'm always not entirely sure um if I might not just like know that. Hmm. Thankfully, in my country, we have very good mental health care for beginning of issues, but not brilliant for ongoing support. Oh, but that's good to hear, actually. Like, for me, I feel like in the Netherlands, it's definitely sort of like same-ish, I would say. Like, it's like I really got like support like really quick, sort of, which was really nice. And the support I get right now, or like I have gotten so far, is definitely also really good, I feel like. Um, Especially for the fact that I don't speak Dutch yet to the point where I can like use it in therapy. Because like most therapists don't like do therapy in English. Um, but even so, I was able to like find therapists in English and actually have like a really good match with a English therapist. And I don't know, I just know that like to me like really helped. And I know that people who are actually Dutch can get like even more support from the system because they can use like all of these like different options, right? Um but yeah, I don't actually know how it's too much about ongoing support either. I just know that I'm at like a so the first year I was like at a normal therapist, and then I was sent over to sort of like a specialist, which is sort of like they then have like it's sort of like a bigger thing with like multiple different therapists where they have like a section for like trauma therapy, a section for uh like art therapy and sport therapy, and then like personality disorder part, and then I don't know, like many others. Um and you sort of then get like you have like your main therapist, and then you sort of get other therapists at that as well with like all the different things you want to do, sort of. But all of that is still sort of timed. Like they want you to be done with this within 2 years. Um, and so for me, I'm like about to end my therapy there. Like essentially like end of this year is probably my therapy is gonna end. So it's like, yeah, I was standing in the UK is 12 weeks. Oh, damn. But like for the specialist, like because so for there's like these like sort of like there's mental health coaches or something like this where you can get like an appointment like the next day essentially at your doctor's like your doctor's place sort of. And those people are not like therapists, but you just sort of go there if you don't really know what to do with your life and stuff like this. If you need just like a little bit of help, sort of. And if they see like, okay, you need like a little bit more help, or if your doctor is already seeing like, okay, like this is like we need an actual therapist, sort of, then you get to the like a sort of like a general therapist. And with the general therapist, you can have up to like 10 sessions. And so I was at the general therapist. I got like a diagnosis done for ADHD, which I didn't have. And that sort of made it longer. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Picklewick. Welcome, welcome. We're at the moment just like sort of like generally talking about therapy and how therapy works in the Netherlands, and for Vertonian has explained how it works in England actually. Oh, you have not felt the best? Yeah, you can talk here. You can share. No problem. We're here to listen. Yeah. So for me, for the specialist therapist, it took like looked like half a year to actually switch there and get help there. But with them, it's like 2 years. It's maximum. So do you want to just start sharing, Dr. Picklewick? I got dumped like a couple days ago and I don't know what I did wrong. Did you know that you did something wrong? Because sometimes we didn't do anything wrong. Mm. I mean, what did they said when they dumped you? All right. See you in a second, Mauritanian. But I'm really sorry for you that you got dumped. It was your first relationship and it lasted 2 weeks. And you feel used. Oh. Can I ask how old you are? I don't mind if you're younger or something. I just sort of like. Okay. It's. If it helps you in any way, relationships, if you're young, are really. They're hard, you know? Because people don't really know what a relationship means. And they also don't really know how to articulate what it means for them. Because especially if it's your first relationship and maybe also the first relationship with the person you've been with, it's there's like a lot of sort of like guessing, just seeing from adults, seeing from their like from people around them, and then just being like, okay, so this is what you do, so I'm gonna do that now, but not really, like knowing why. It's a fad. Even then, I think most people still don't really know what relationships are really about. Because if you're like young like that, you don't even really know what you yourself are about, right? You don't really know what you need or what you want or what you look for in someone. And so I think you don't really, don't put too much blame on yourself. Like, this is short relationships, and relationships that young are really like a lot about finding out how stuff works. And I don't mean sexually, I just mean how love works, how commitment works, how loyalty works, how love feels, sort of like how compliments feel, how, like, because there's a lot of different love languages, right? And I don't know, just sort of like which love language is something you like and which is something you don't like, and what type of person is someone who you like and don't get bored with, and what type of person is maybe one you don't like. It seems a bit selfish that she was seeing if she could cope with a relationship. So that's where my feelings of use came from. Yeah. Yeah, this is also something, right? Like, sadly, this is something which um I'm just gonna tell you now, there's like, even if you're older, like even in my age, there's a lot, even in like parents' age, there's still people who try to cope with relationships. And sort of like filtering them out and like not ending up with a relationship with one of those people is a skill, definitely. Um, because yeah, that's really like this happens more often than I want to say. Yeah, this is not really surprising me actually. Welcome, Fluffy. But yeah, I think it's not necessarily, I really don't like to say like with age comes with wisdom, because there's people who stay ignorant, like there's people who stay unwise with age. But yeah, just sort of learning from these experience can really help. So, and just know that this feeling of like being used is entirely valid. And like a lot of the feelings we have are actually not so much about the other person than they are about us. Aware of an ego, but so I don't engage with it and fall for the trap. Just don't act phased from it. No, don't do that. Like, stay with your feelings, you know? It's it's not weak to have believed in a relationship and have believed in love. It's actually, I feel like it's honestly a positive trait. It means that you're hopeful. and that you take feelings seriously and that you take people seriously, you know? And that you don't expect the worst from people. And oh yeah, I think that's good. I think that's not bad. I think that's good. I feel like in our society it's honestly like it's so weird that it's like that we teach boys like you or possibly or like people like you um to like chase after others who dumped us. Like it's something like women actually get like taught as well, right? With like sort of like comparing like to the new girl and then like trying to sort of like show him like, oh, I'm so much better than her and whatever, and like trying to make them like jealous and like this like revenge glow up of like, yeah, I don't know, regret that you broke up with me. Like, no, we don't do that. this is this is about you. And if you deserve someone who wants to be with you. It's honestly, it's a really bad habit to chase after people or want to be with people who don't want you. Like it leads to all sorts of problems and usually toxic relationships. So if there's one wisdom, you can just like really like take it from me and just, like it's never bad. Don't chase after people or try to be with people who don't want to be with you. Only stay where you're loved. Like genuinely loved. And I mean this for friends and anybody you have any type of relationship with. Only stay where you're appreciated, respected, and loved. You don't need to, like convince someone to love you. Like also you can't. Like that's the other thing. But don't even try to, because otherwise, like, what is that love worth, Like, she told me I don't want to do this anymore, so I said, okay, and I'm just not acting fast, so she doesn't benefit from it. She looks like the bad guy here. I don't like having anyone feel bad, so I just said we choose to and not her. I mean, I think you can show your feelings. I think it's okay to be phased from this. I think it's okay and really relatable actually to feel sad after you've been dumped, you know? You don't need to like put that on her. You don't need to be angry at her or like revenge for like the negative feelings or anything. But you also don't need to like cover it up, you know? Like you can just be a little bit gloomy till it's over. Like you can like I don't know like there's consequences to behavior. And it's okay if like in the next I don't know like group work you don't want to be in a group with her. And I don't know, it's okay to not feel like talking to her if she like joins your friend group or something. You know? And I feel like in a weird way, we really need to feel the feelings. At least I didn't get dumped after a couple of months. I think that would have been worse. Yeah. Definitely. The longer relationship goes, the more it hurts usually. Just because there's more feelings involved, right? But this is why relationships are hard, you know? And like finding the right person is hard. And that's also why everybody should really try to actually find the right person before, I don't know, just before committing to something like really, really long term or something. Hmm. I mean, then it's, I guess, easier to sort of feel your emotions, maybe. But yeah, I don't think it's too much about you. I think she doesn't really know what she's looking for, you know? And you probably also don't really. And I think she maybe can't really articulate what she needs from someone or a partner, you know? And ads? Ads. Just gonna wait till you guys come back. Snapchat streaks with you. Oh my god, I feel old. What is that? I had Snapchat back in the day, but not anymore. Okay, so she's still sending you snaps? How is she doing the streak then? Like I thought like she needs to send you like a snap to do the streak still? Is it, does she only send you like a black screen or like how does it work? Enlighten me. Just unfriend her. I don't know. Like honestly, this is something you can do for yourself now. Like this is actually like, you know what? Let's get into this. You have the responsibility to care for yourself. And there's a lot of things where society tells you like, oh, that would be dramatic, that would be too much, this would be this, that's whiny, whatever, whatever, whatever. There's a lot of things and expectations society has and puts on you. And there's going to be different expectations from women, and there's going to be different expectations from men, and there's going to be different expectations, so sort of like coming to you. And there's one thing like you can never do it right. You can never do it right. Like for other people. Because other people will always be like, I don't know, well, you know? Like you can never make everybody happy on this planet. This is not how it works. You're not meant to be everybody's friend. You're not meant to be good with everybody. Okay? Um But what you can do, and how you can do it right, is You do the right thing for yourself. If you feel bad whenever she's sending you like the stupid ass like bus floor picture, and you're like, you feel like you just dumped me, leave me the fuck alone, what do you want from me? Unfriend her. If you want that. Or block her, or tell her to stop sending you those pictures. You know? And it doesn't... And if you then get any looks, first of all, again, you can't do it right for everybody. Second of all, if it's really bothering you, you can just ask. You see that look and then you just like, why do you look at me? What have I done? Explain it to me. You know? Like you can ask for clarification on those looks to like try to find out. But on the other hand, you also don't really know what these looks means entirely. Like there's a lot of different things going on, I'm sure of it. Some of those people might actually like think like, damn, okay, like there's actually consequences. Like he's now like distancing himself from her. Like what? You know? Welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid. Ace Clockwork. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? We're doing a mental health stream. And at the moment we're talking with Dr. 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻 because they have recently been dumped. Yeah. If she does boring pictures, I'm gonna take black photos. You don't need to take any photos. You can just also send her no photos. You know? Like, you can do whatever you want. You know? Like, I mean, of course, it also, like, everybody else can do whatever they want as well, right? So, like, I don't know, like, you could technically tell her, like, fuck off, why are you sending me pictures? I don't want to hear anything from you anymore. She might type something rude back. Like, that, you know, like, that's fair. Like, you can do whatever you want, she can do whatever you want. So it's sort of like always some, like a balance you sort of strike, you know? But there's a lot of different options you have. And says the person who just rated a woman. Exactly. But how have you been doing? Is everything fine? And how you view us? But yeah, you don't need to interact with her. You don't need to send photos back. You know, if you don't want to have that streak with her anymore, then don't. If you don't want to talk to her anymore, then don't. If you want clarification and actually know why she broke up, you can ask her. And it's, you know, you probably won't get like anything you want. Like you can always like ask the person if they want to give you clarification, and it's gonna happen somewhere in your life that they don't. There's gonna, like, I think probably everybody of us in the stream here has had one relationship end in a way where they didn't know what the fuck was going on and why it ended, and get like proper clarification, and has asked for it but didn't get it. And that's always sometimes the case. I'm just gonna leave unread, not gonna lie. You can do that. You can also block her. You can also unfollow her. You know? Like, this is, you have the responsibility for yourself. and you have the responsibility to regulate your own emotions. If, for example, you don't want to feel like shit every day, and you feel like if she's like, whenever you get one of those pictures from her again, and there's this message popping up, the notification with her name, her profile picture, and being like, oh, send you a picture. And this is always reminding you of that she dumped you and is always making you feel like shit. It's your responsibility to draw the lines which you need emotionally, you know? I feel like if I do that, it's just boosts her ego, so I'm not gonna. Don't think about her, because you don't technically know what's going on with her. Like, you don't know, like, maybe she's already regretting that she dumped you. Maybe she just dumped you because she felt like she's bad for you. You know, there's a lot of different stories which can go on. And you never know the story of the other person. So I would never make choices based on your assumption on the story of the other person. Because this is going to lead you to sort of like a life where you don't actually live your life, but you react to the lives around you. You know? You need to do what's right for you. And if it boosts her ego, good for her, right? But if that's better for you, with your own emotions, it's like, it's a win-win, you know? And I feel like this is like, you need to do what's good for your emotions. And if it gives her a little ego boost, whatever, give it to her. Maybe it doesn't even. Maybe she's gonna regret it and she's gonna think like, oh, damn, like I fucked up or something, you know? Like sometimes girls break up with boys because they actually want to see if they matter, because this is what society taught us, right? Like boys are gonna chase us. And like if he really loves me, he's gonna chase me and he's not gonna take my dumping him. But it's toxic. It's anyways toxic. Like we learned this, but it's toxic. So it's like there can be a lot of different explanations for this, but all of those explanations don't really like help in any way, you know? Because this is about you and about the life you want to live. And if you feel like you're gonna get over the breakup, over these like negative feelings easier, if you just don't get those goddamn notifications from her every day, and they really piss you off, and every time you get them, you're like, you just sort of, you notice how you just feel like shit afterwards, you know? It's your choice whether you get them or not anymore. And you're gonna tell me you will keep those negative emotions just to not give her an ego boost? You know? It's like, I don't know. Like, this is like punishing yourself to not give someone else something good. And I feel like you shouldn't punish yourself in any way. Do I even want to know what you did in the morning? Okay. I'm sorry. I love the pettiness. I love how we see the pettiness as something so mean. I mean, she's ignoring you too. Like that's you know, it's not maybe the fine option or whatever, but you can do that. Like, you don't need to be polite to everybody, you know that? Like, I mean, it's of course like you should be polite to everybody who has to hang around with you, sort of. Because that's sort of the agreement we make as a society, right? Like, you do have to be around people, like, polite to people who don't want to be around you right now, but don't really have a choice. So, for example, coworkers. Like, if you're shitty to coworkers, it's like really annoying, and you maybe gonna get fired. Like, if you're shitty to, I don't know, like people on the bus, you maybe get thrown off the bus because like those people don't choose to be there. Like, they can't really just leave, like they're sort of like forced to be there with you, and then we as a society sort of like agreed, okay, like we're gonna like be polite. um but like, I don't know, like, if there's someone like pissing you off the entire time, like on purpose, and they're like coming to you for whatever reason, you can also like, you can act pissed off, like it's fine to feel your emotions, sort of. um it would be something else to actually like hurt her or something in any way, like there's obvious lines to this. But it's also like, I don't know, like the sort of pettiness also shows how it's attached to her still, right? And I feel like the easiest thing to get over it is to detach the emotions from her. And what I sort of mean by that is that if you feel angry at someone, this emotion is not really going away if you don't get any type of resolvement. Um, which, if it's attached to a person, is sort of hard to get, you know? Um, but if you, rather than that, just concentrate on the feelings you feel, that you're sad because you were dumped, and you feel used because the relationship went 2 weeks and then like out of nowhere it just ended. This is something you can resolve on your own, you know? And sort of like I said before, it can, like, people can hurt us without even sort of like meaning it, you know? Like, she might have the inner story that she didn't want to pull you down, because she thought like she's bad for you or whatever. She might have the inner story that like she needs to test if you really love her and like see if you're gonna chase after her. And it doesn't matter if that's like toxic or non-toxic, but like there's a lot of different options to her in her story. Like, maybe she didn't even mean to hurt you, but still did. Um, and this is not really something which is like then really attached to her, right? But it's just something like you were hurt by this. And this is something you tend to, and you have the responsibility to fix. Like, if you feel hurt, you have to sort of like help yourself with those emotions and regulate those emotions. And if you, for example, you stay in situations where you feel like shit and you like are reminded of that hurt the entire time because, for example, you keep that Snapchat chat with her where like always the notification is sort of reminding you of that. You maybe, I don't know, like you pull those pranks again, which is also like really focused on her. And then it's like every day, multiple times, it's going to be about her and not about you. Um, and I don't know, I feel like this is something where, I mean, you can do, but I don't think it's really, it's changing anything. Yeah, just do it. I'm just gonna eat my really soggy cereal. You can't? What do you mean? You don't remember? Do you remember it? Mm. Yeah, the jazz is nice, right? I like it too. By the way, do we like this camera light more than I like color, not camera lights? Oh, this is really orange. Anyways. The orange one is when I have the like windows open, I think. That's when it works really well, I think. But yeah. But how do you like the new stream overlay? Mhm. I really like it. It's like I was like unsure about it. Um but I sort of really like it. I think it's so cute. I don't know, like I feel like, oh, but then it's not so professional. I don't know. But I just felt like I really like it. Okay. Hey, so I'm sorry I've been distant lately, but I've been thinking and I don't think I'm ready for a relationship at the moment. I do like you a lot, but I honestly don't think I want a boyfriend. I'm also worried about me doing a tour next year and how the lack of availability I will have for you in the near future. I also find myself more comfortable around my friends, so I will often hang out with them. That's not it. Networking pumpkin. Love it. So I'm waiting on the next message. At least that's how I interpret it. That's not it.
"生き返らせてあげてもいいけど、一つだけ条件がある。
君には残りの人生オメガとして生きてもらう。
これは
アルファとしての人生は没収。
これは何かの冗談だ。
長谷川律さん、検査の結果特に問題なさそうなので退院していいよ。念のため薬を出しておくから。君、オメガ用の薬を頼む。
はい。
オメガ？私はアルファなんですが。
あ、血液検査したけど長谷川さんはオメガだよ。
そんなバカな。だって保険証にも。
おや、本当だ。何らかのきっかけで属性が変わる事例は珍しいけどなくはない。とにかく今の君は間違いなくオメガだよ。心配なら大きい病院で検査してみる？どうしてもってことなら紹介状書くけど結果は同じだと思うよ。
考えます。そんな。あれは夢じゃなかったのか。
律！
大輝、悪いな、迎えに来てもらって。
俺は気ままな自宅仕事だからな。気にするな。
こいつの名前は奥村大輝。中学校からの腐れ縁で投資やら何やらで生計を立てていて、俺みたいなサラリーマンより時間に自由が利くので、こういう時はついつい頼ってしまう。途中まで彩香がいてくれたけど入院になったから一度帰ってもらったんだよな。
デート中に事故って救急車ってなかなかないぞ、そんな状況で。怪我の具合は？医者はなんて？律？
この世には性別の他に3つの属性がある。人口の 90% 近くを占めるいわゆる普通の人間、ベータ。人口の 10% 程度を占める能力が高く社会的成功者の多いアルファ。そして人口の 1、2% 程度しか存在しない男女問わず発情期や妊娠能力を持つオメガ。なあ、俺たちってアルファだろ？
も
それが分かったのはガキの時の血液検査でだよな。それ以外で調べる機会ってあったっけ？
機械も何も毎年健康診断で血抜かれてるじゃねえか。お前は会社員だしなおさらだろ。何か問題があったのか？
手冷てえって。
ああ、すまん。
問題ねえよ。軽い脳震盪と擦り傷だけだって言ってた。
それならいいが。
違う。あの日俺は。
いつ、そんな、こんなに違う。
確かに死んでいた。
じゃあ荷物ここに置くから。
うん、サンキュー。なんだよ。
お前香水変えた？いつもと匂いが違う気が。
変えてねえよ。病院帰りだからだろ。
そうか？
そうだよ。
どうした？
会社の部下からのメール。またヘマやらかしたって。
ああ、いつも言ってる。
これだからオメガに任せるのは嫌なんだ。毎度毎度同じ失敗やらかすし、周りがどれだけフォローさせられてるか。
律、オメガに対する物言いが過ぎるって いつも言ってるだろ。
わかった。一本メール打ったら、もう休むから。
おう。退院直後だ。何かあったらちゃんと呼べよ。
だから手冷てえって。サンキュー。
じゃあ帰るな。
おう。ああ、フォローするの何度目だよ。くそ。今度はなんだよ。綾香か。あの時、俺は死んだ後、多分、死後の世界にいた。なんだこいつら。
おかしいな。この人まだ死ぬ予定じゃなかったんだけど。
交通事故か。
え？何？俺マジで死んだの？
ああ、なるほど。本来はこの人の後ろにいたやつが死ぬ予定だったけど、手違いでこの人が死んじゃったんだな。
そんな雑な死に方？ちょっとそりゃないでしょ。そっちのミスならさっさと生き返らせてくださいよ。
いやー、でもね。
手違いが起きたのは君のせいでもあるし。
は？
君さ、オメガをいじめてるだろ。
は？
こういう手違いが起きる不運は本人の業も関係していてね。
いじめ？お前がいなければ全てがスムーズに進んだはずだったのですが、その自覚はありますか？と。いじめてるなんて人聞きの悪い。あれはれっきとした理由があって。
ほらね、心当たりはあるんだろ。
手違いを取り消して生き返らせることはできるけど、条件があるよ。
条件？
アルファではなく、オメガとして生まれ変わること。
はぁ？
自らがオメガになることで、彼らの苦悩を理解し、反省できるだろ。一石二鳥。
ちょっと待って。
頑張ってね
待てこらー！俺がオメガになったということは、あのふざけた夢が現実だったってことか？ふざけんな！はあオメガなんて冗談じゃねえ。山本、お前さ、申し訳ありません。自宅から取引先直行の日に書類持ったまま欠勤とかありえねえだろ。
またやってるよ。
すいません。薬を変えたらその時期がいきなり来てしまって。
ああ、発情期ね。俺はオメガが大嫌いだ。せめて電話の一本くらい入れろよ。社会人として当たり前のことだろ。
薬の副作用で倒れてしまって本当に申し訳ありません。
しょっちゅう体調不良を起こしては信じられないくらい仕事に穴を開けるお荷物なのに、法律で守られていてクビにもできない。とにかく会社がお前を雇っている以上仕事に参加させなきゃならないんだ。誰でもできるような簡単な仕事だけでもちゃんとこなしてくれよ。
すみません。
泣きたいのはこっちだ。これから謝罪に回るのは俺だってのに。オメガは全人口の 1、2% のはずなのに、よりによってうちの部署に回されてくるなんて。
ほら、これ見ろよ。
今日来る子かわいいじゃん。
オメガだってよ。
マジで？じゃあチャンスある？
ずいぶん長い休憩だな。
いや、今日合コンなんだよ。なんならお前も行かねえか？オメガも来るし、やれるかもよ。
バカ。
行かない。10分後の会議、前から言ってた資料全部揃えて参加な。遅れるなよ。
やっべ、もうそんな時間。偉そうに。
同じアルファなのにずいぶん差が出たな、お前ら。
うるせえ。
俺の両親は、父がベータ、母がオメガだった。父は毎日仕事で帰りが遅く、たまに早く帰れば、 母と口論になっていた。
発情期は抑えようったって限界があるのよ。
大きな声でそんなことを言うな。はしたない。
毎日毎日私を置いて残業ばかりして。
お前には慎みってものがないのか。
ただいま。お母さん、今回のテストね。
もう大きな声出さないで。私に構わないでちょうだい。
お母さん。
母は常に不機嫌で、子供の俺にはそれがいつも苦しかった。そしてそれが何年か続いたあの日。ただいま。静かだな。母さん、今度試合で使うユニフォームなんだけど。何やって。それはすぐ父の知るところとなり、二人は離婚。
母さん、うるさい。あんたらに私の苦しみが分かってたまるか。
オメガは弱くて汚い。前と特に体が変わったようには感じないな。やっぱりあれは何かの間違いだ。週末もう一度医者に行って。
リーツ、お疲れ様。
お、彩香。
心配できちゃった。電話では大丈夫って言ってたけど、本当に？
ああ、全然大丈夫。かすり傷だよ。
もう、あの時は本当に死んじゃったかと思ったんだから。
俺もだよ。
夕飯まだでしょ？作るから一緒に食べようよ。
おう、サンキュー。
あれ？これ書類？こんなところに置いてたら調理中に濡れちゃうから
ああ、ごめん。ここ数日バタバタしてたから。彩香。
何これ。リツ、あんたオメガなの？オメガのくせにアルファだって嘘ついてたわけ？
ああ、神様。なんで俺がこんな目に。オメガに落ちたアルファ様。
こんな夜中に急に呼び出したと思ったら彼女に振られたって、あんまり突然じゃねえか。
ああ、まったくだ。
原因は何だ？
知らね
え。何本開けたんだお前は。本当に全く心当たりがないのか？
オメガのくせにアルファだって嘘ついてたわけ？ふざけないでよ！私今年30なのに結婚するつもりだったのよ。こんな嘘あんまりじゃない。
俺だって結婚は考えていたさ。これは何かの手違いで。
これ病院の診断書でしょ。手違いも何もあるわけないじゃない。
そうかもしれないけど、でも俺は俺だろ。今までのお前とのことは嘘じゃない。
でもオメガじゃない。私はベータ、両親もベータ、凡人、その他大勢よ。だからあなたと一緒になりたかったの。ずっとあなたに憧れてた。アルファのあなたにね。
彩香。
私の人生にオメガはいらない。さよなら。
リツ？
別に他に好きなやつができたって。
つい先日までうまくやってたじゃねえか。なんで突然？
知らねえ。俺がオメガだなんて何かの間違いだ。大輝に言う必要はない。悪い、水飲んで落ち着くよ。お、
またすぐいい相手が見つかるさ。元気出せ。お、リツ。リツ。
ちょっと
ラミなんだ。
とりあえずベッドに運ぶぞ。
体が熱い。
何か必要なものはあるか？
大丈夫。横になってれば治るから。大輝、呼んだのに悪いけど、今日は帰ってくれるか？
本当に大丈夫なんだな。
大丈夫。大丈夫だから。早く出て行ってくれ。
何かあったらまた呼べよ。
なんでこんな。どうして急に。大輝がアルファだから？そんな。俺は親友相手に何を。まずい。薬を飲んだのに体のほてりが収まらない。この中にアルファがいるのか。くそ。薬を追加すればなんとかなるか。あの日から3日経ったが、むしろ症状がひどくなってる。オメガの発情期は1週間程度のはず。オメガは生理休暇が認められてるが、オメガとバラせない以上、簡単に休みを取るわけにはいかない。お？震えが止まった。薬が効いてきたのか。はあ、よかった。楽になった。
長谷川。
え？
会議終わったぞ。
え？会社？いつの間に？
会議中ずっとぼーっとしてたぞ。大丈夫か？
薬の副作用。
体調が悪いなら今日はもう帰れ。届け出は俺が出しておいてやるから。
はい。申し訳ありません。申し訳ありません。
気にすんなって。
居眠りしてる奴は帰れるのに、なんで俺が雑用なんだよ。資料集め間に合わなかったくらいで細けえんだよ。
すみません。手伝っていただいて。ゴミが。これ、薬の。
つかお前、さっきから匂うぞ。
え？
言わせんじゃねえよ。ちゃんと薬飲んどけ。襲うぞ。
いえ、僕は今日その日じゃ。ご迷惑おかけします。
もういいから。
もしかして。くそ、こんなのが毎月かよ。いや、下手したら一生。誰だよ。もう。はい。
俺だ。近くまで来たから寄ってみた。
大輝。今大輝と会ったらまずい。悪い。まだ体調悪くて、今日は遠慮してくれ。
まだ悪いのか？大丈夫かよ？
頼むから。ドア越しでも大輝の アルファの気配を感じる。欲しい。ダメだ。欲しい。苦しい。あ、鍵開いて。
リツ。お前一体。何？
大輝。さて。
この匂い。リツ。
オメガに落ちたアルファ様。
リツとの出会いは中学校1年の時だった。
転校生の奥村大輝くんです。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしく。
転校生か。
その時からリツはひときわ目立つ存在だった。
あれ、大輝くんってもしかしてアルファなの？今ちらっと書いてあるの見えたから。
あ、うん。
すごい。ねえねえ、大輝くんってアルファなんだって。
そんな大声で。
すげえ。マジかよ。
大人の世界のアルファは羨望の対象だが、子供の世界でのアルファは異端、嫉妬の対象になった。靴がない。どうすべきか。
靴がないのか？
いや、別に。
嘘つけ。盗まれたんだろ？
いや、そうじゃなくて。
あれ大輝、お前靴盗まれちまってるじゃねえか。そうだ、玄関口の監視カメラを先生に頼んで見せてもらおうぜ。犯人の内心えらいことになるだろうな。バカだよな、こんなことやらかして。
リツ。何？
お、靴あった。
なんで？
犯人は必ず現場に戻るって話知ってる？俺もアルファなんだ。同じアルファ同士仲良くしようぜ。お前手冷たいな。
そう。それからはずっと二人でつるんでいた。リツは強くて。
待て、大輝に何してんだ。
優しくて。
ここは俺に任せろよ。
おいリツ、寝るなよ。好きになるまで時間はかからなかった。でも。
紹介するわ、俺の彼女。
明美です。いつもリツから聞いてます。
ああ、よろしく。リツに紹介されるのはいつも女性で、諦めて随分経つはずだったのに。
大輝、
この状況は何なんだ。どうしてこうなった。これがあのリツなのか。
早く大輝のこれ俺の中に欲しい。早く。
やっぱりおかしい。この薬は。大丈夫か。で、 どういうことだ？お前はオメガなのか？
違う。
違わないだろう。あの反応、どう考えても発情期のオメガのものだ。話せよ。
ずっとアルファだったのは本当だ。原因ははっきりしてないが、例の事故でなぜか体質がオメガに変わったらしくて。
突然変異で体質が変わった例は聞いたことはあったが、本当にあるんだな。これからどうする？
どうするって。
お前だって知ってるだろ。自分の属性は役所や会社への届け出が必須だ。
それはダメだ。
なぜ？
今は重要な仕事をいくつも任されてる。俺の実績を買われてのことではあるが、アルファだから信用されていた部分も大きい。せめてそれらが終わるまではこのままで。
オメガは毎月来る発情期と折り合いながら生活してるんだ。そのためには周囲の理解や助けが絶対に必要だ。お前だって知ってるだろう。何ヶ月も隠し通せることじゃない。
今さらオメガだったなんて言ったら一体どうなるか。
そうやって怖がるのは今まで自分がオメガに対してそうしてきたからじゃないのか。あいつらだって好きでままならないわけじゃない。お前のオメガに対する態度は目に余る。母親のことがトラウマになってるのは知ってる。でもお前の母親と他のオメガたちは違う人間だろ。頭を冷やせ。
薬休憩も生理休暇も取らせてやってるのに、これ以上何をすればお前らはちゃんと仕事をしてくれるんだよ。
申し訳ありません。
秘書課のオメガ、取引先の社長と寝たらしいぞ。
社長既婚者だろ。理性ってもんがねえのかよ。
所詮はオメガ、動物と一緒だな。俺は
頭を冷やせか。俺が言えた立場かよ。リツ。
取引先からまた間違いの指摘が来ているが、最近ミスが多いんじゃないか。君らしくもない。
申し訳ありません。以後気をつけます。ダメだ。薬が合わないのか。かなり飲んでいるのに効きが悪い気がする。過剰摂取になるが追加で飲むしかない。あ大丈夫ですか？山本。問題ない。体調が悪いんですか？ほっといてくれ。
顔色が優れませんよ。足元もふらついてますし、医務室に行かれた方がいいです。
ちょっと。
誰もいませんね。まずは水でも飲みますか？はい、どうぞ。
ああ。
ゆっくり休まれてください。皆さんには僕から伝えておきますから。
体調不良だかなんだか知らないが、頼むから自分がこなせる仕事だけに参加してくれ。
申し訳ありません。じゃあ先生を呼んできますね。
山本。すまん。ありがとう。
いいえ、とんでもない。では行ってきます。
寝るか。暑い。やっぱり薬を飲まないと。
すみません。
あ、
ちょっといいですか？見ていただきたいものがありまして。
大輝。
おい、ちゃんと鍵閉めとけよ。
分かってますよ。ごゆっくり。
マジでこれがあいつかよ。同期なのにいっつも偉そうにしてくれたよな。さまあ見やがれ。お望み通り入れてやる。
手、熱い。
何か問題があったのか？
手冷てえって。
退院直後だ。何かあったらちゃんと呼べよ。
だから手冷てえって。サンキュー。
違う。
お前ら何してやがる。
正気に戻りやがった。めんどくせえな。うな時間でつがいにしちまうか。
てめえら何考えて。
せえ動くな。
リツ。
大輝。
オメガに落ちたアルファ様。
こいつらここまで後先考えないやつだったか。違う、オメガの匂いで頭がおかしくなってるんだ。これが発情期のオメガを前にしたアルファってそんなの知るか。早く逃げなきゃ。
もうこんな時間か。そろそろ終わりに。はい。
大輝。
リツ。
というわけなんだ。
本当なのか？状況から見て山本ってやつも一枚噛んでるとしか思えないが。
多分。
人を使って襲わせるなんてどう考えても思いつきの範囲じゃない。叱るべき措置を取るべきだ。
いや、いい。
なぜだ？
お前の言う通りだ。俺は今まで必要以上にオメガに辛く当たってきた自覚がある。母親のことがあったとはいえ、それは許されることじゃない。山本はもともとあんなことをするようなやつじゃなかったはずだ。
新入社員の山本です。よろしくお願いします。
俺がそうさせたんだ。
リツ。
俺、会社に自分がオメガになったことを言おうと思う。そうすることでどうなるかはわからないけど、認めないと先に進めないってよくわかった。
そうか。
まあすげえ怖いけど、今まで会社を欺いてたことになるんだもんな。左遷か失業かな。
俺がいるだろ。何があっても俺はお前のそばにいるから。
俺は大バカ者だ。オメガたちの苦悩も、大輝がずっとそばにいてくれたことも、何一つ分かっていなかった。悪かったな、急に押しかけて。
そんなことはどうでもいい。体は大丈夫か？
ああ、なんとかな。オメガやアルファの性質に対する理解が足りなかったよ。あんな連中のつがいになるなんて、まっぴらごめんだ。
うなじを噛まれたのか？
ああ、違う。噛まれかけたって話で。
限界だ。お前が別の奴のつがいになるなんて耐えられない。
大輝。
好きだ。 出会った時からずっとお前が好きだった。諦めなければと思っていた。でもお前がオメガになったと分かってどれだけお前を俺のものにしたかったか。
うなじを大輝。俺を襲ってきた奴ら、二人ともぶっ飛ばして逃げた。あんな弱っちい奴ら、すぐに殴り飛ばせなかったのは、発情で頭が混乱してて、あいつらとお前を勘違いしてたからだ。なあ、竹よ、限界なんだろ。俺も、もう、限界だ。
10年以上ずっと耐えてきたんだ。リツ。
冷たい大輝の手。大輝。
リツ。
ご判断をお願いします。年に一度の健康診断結果にもあるように、私がもともとアルファであったことは確かです。しかし、明確な原因は不明ですが、病院での検査の結果、現在オメガであることは確実でして、今までのように業務に当たることは難しいかもしれません。
急に言われてもな。君なしでプロジェクトが進められるものなのか。
大丈夫だと思います。
え？山本。
今はオメガでも、長谷川主任は元アルファ。我々生まれながらのオメガとは、培ってきた仕事の実績が違います。失礼ながら、アルファのパートナーの当てもあるようですし、手当たり次第に他のアルファを誘惑するような、事故を起こされることもないでしょう。
おい、君。
これは失礼。僭越ながら、私が主任の隊長のことは、サポートさせていただければと思います。その方が、会社のためにも、ご本人のためにも、ベストかと思います。
なるほどな。正直、我が社では前例がないことで、私としても急に判断しづらい。いきなり君の代わりを見つけろと言われても困ってしまうしな。しばらく今までの通りやってみてはどうだ。
はい、ありがとうございます。山本。さっきは
逃げて楽になるなんて、絶対に許さない。自分が僕にしてきたことを忘れたわけじゃないでしょ。発情期は一生続く。それにオメガは生きている限りずっと悩まされ続けるんだ。僕たちオメガがどれだけ苦しんでいるか思い知るといい。僕はあの時のことは絶対に謝らない。
お前の言う通りだ。本当にひどいことをしてきた。今までのこと、本当に申し訳なかった。
リツ。
よ
ようって、どうしたその荷物。
今日から1週間くらいここに置いてくれ。
ずいぶん突然だな。
いいだろ。料理はできないが掃除と洗濯はお前より得意だ。
来るのは構わないが、事前に。
今日から生理休暇取らせてもらった。
そうか。
毎日お前を呼び出すのも悪いし、だったらいっそ来ちまった方がいいかなとか。
何か必要なものは？
全部持ってきた。 大丈夫。
今からするか？
まだ大丈夫。
そうか。辛くなったらちゃんと言えよ。
大輝。母のこと。子供の俺にはどうすることもできなかったかもしれないけど、父や俺がお前みたいにもっとオメガ星を理解しようとする人間だったら、あんなことにはならなかったのかもしれないな。この先、完全に母を許せるかどうかはわからないけど、どこかで救われていればいいと思う。大輝、ありがとう。愛してる。
俺も愛してる。
せーの、アンジェンテ。アンジェンテは好きが見つかる新しい BL ボイスコミックチャンネルです。この動画を好きと思ったらチャンネル登録、高評価ボタンをお願いします。
オメガに落ちたアルファ様は全国の書店、電子ストアで大好評発売中。動画にはないシーンやセリフもありますので、ぜひそちらもチェックしてみてくださいね。
好きなものを好きなだけ。今日がちょっといい日になる。
そんな時間をあなたにお届けしていきます。
アンジェンテの応援よろしくお願いします。
Mm. Really does get cold outside. For us here as well. Oh. Can't be bothered to go through the rest of their editing. But to sum it up, she said she thinks Alf is a little bit cringe and wants to stay friends. Then she said, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. Okay. Do you understand her side, her perspective? No, it's fine. I think we have a picture. But how do you interpret what she is saying? Like, I understand, but she's acting off and teasing me, sort of. How is she acting off and teasing you? Hmm. I mean, she did say she wants to stay friends now. Wouldn't that explain keeping in touch with you? Or what do you think? Yeah, but like it's not full convos. When I try to continue the conversation, she shuts it down. Hmm. Do you think she might be scared that you want to, I don't know, that you don't, like that you want to convince her to be more than friends again or something? Because I feel like that could be the case, right? Like I don't know how you like answered to her message, but I feel like I don't know, like back then I personally feel like many boys wouldn't have gotten the concept of like just staying friends and would have like tried to like chase me or whatever. So I would have felt like I would need to like keep them at a distance on purpose because they don't know the lines anymore, sort of. But there's also sort of like an element of, since you two sort of have been more, maybe the lines got a little bit blurry between like friends and more. So maybe sometimes I would even feel like, okay, like now, like you know, like maybe she's getting feelings as well again, because she didn't say she doesn't have feelings, right? Like she's actually said like she does have a lot of feelings for you. She's just sort of like not ready for a relationship because she A, doesn't have time apparently, and B, feels like probably like can't be a good girlfriend or whatever, or it doesn't really know what she wants in a relationship and stuff like this. Like I don't want to like make it I'm considering to take this one here, but it's really orange. Is it too orange? I think it's too orange. It's fine. Okay, let's go for it. It looks really orange. Like I personally, I don't hate you or anything, right? I definitely understand your perspective. I think her message seems really reflected, actually. Like what I hear and how I interpret her message is that she noticed she's been distant. She's saying sorry for being distant because she feels like that's something to say sorry for, right? So she would feel like if she's in a relationship, she doesn't want to be distant to her boyfriend and she wants to be sort of like a good girlfriend and like be there for him and something like this. So she's saying sorry that she wasn't a good girlfriend and then she was distant. And then she says why she was distant, because she has been thinking. And maybe being distant made her think that she's not ready for a relationship at the moment. But for whatever reason, she doesn't believe she's ready for a relationship, which is not like, she doesn't say like you're a bad boyfriend or anything, right? Like she says like she's not really ready for a relationship. So in essence, that also means like she doesn't feel like she can be a good girlfriend right now. Or that she doesn't have the energy or time or whatever to be a good girlfriend right now, or maybe that she can't articulate her feelings well enough or what she needs in life to sort of like be a good girlfriend, you know, and have like this open communication, or like that she doesn't feel like she can't be as committed as she would like to, sort of. And then she says like she likes you a lot, but yeah, she doesn't want a boyfriend right now. So there's not the, like, this is not a position she sort of like takes you out of because she thinks you're crap. It's not a position she's replacing with somebody else, but it's a position which she thinks like she thought it's open, but apparently it's not. And then she explains why she believes that, right? Like she's worried that she doesn't have enough time, she can't focus on school. And she's sort of like noticing how she wants to spend like more time with her friends, and maybe that like having a sort of like a relationship on the side is like a bit too much, you know? And so this is how it seems to me. Like, to me, it seems like she really likes you still. And she knows this is not a nice move. She knows this is sort of like unfair to you, and she's like really trying to explain you this is not about you. But I just don't have the energy, time, and whatever right now. And I hope we can sort of like still stay friends. But like I don't have the energy for more. And I should have thought about this before, but I just didn't notice. And, you know. If she asks me out again and says she wants to try again, I feel like I'm going to get used. I feel like being scared of being used is something which we bring with us as well. And it could maybe be interesting to find out why you're scared of being used. Like, is this something you expect because you have lived through it? Or is this something you expect because society tells you that women are like super manipulative and like just use men? Like, where is this coming from, you know? Because it's like, I do know that it's like a really normal sort of like it's a really common expectation. No, past trauma. Okay. So this is something she might not know, right? Like, this is sensitivity that we don't need to get into detail here. It's fine. But this is a sensitivity which is your sensitivity because of the past experiences you have made. Okay, now the sun is being a little bit a lot. But yeah, so this is a sensitivity that you bring to the table, and other people might not know about, you know, and might not expect either. And this doesn't mean that, I don't know, you just have to, like, you can't be angry at them, but you gonna like feel used anyway or whatever. But this is something where you can, like, you know, like, consider yourself and your feelings a bit more. So, for example, if she were to ask, like, to go out again, for example, you could just be really open about that and talk her, like, you don't need to tell her the trauma, but you could just tell her that you're scared that you're gonna feel like you're being used, like you really don't, like you're sort of like a high commitment type person, and you don't want to start something where you're not sure if it's gonna end in 2 weeks. And you really want to be sure that she's sort of like in it and is sure about that, you know? And you can ask her like to think about it again if she's really, you know, if she's really in it for a bigger commitment like the one you ask her to. Does it sound like she still likes me, or does it sound like she's trying to compliment me to make me feel better? Well, this is actually like low-key a hard topic, because sadly, women are low-key in society. Like they learn they have to be nice to men because men otherwise will sort of just punish them. Which makes us be nice for like if we feel like we can't not be nice, you know, because we expect the other person to be really angry at us and like punish us. So I can't tell you. Like it could be that she's only trying to like make you the least amount of angry because she fears that in your anger you would like hurt her or something, or you would like, and hurting her is not only physically, right, but it can also just be that you like tell bad stories about her, or that you show pictures around and stuff like this. And you know, like sort of like things like those. It can also be that she like really means it. But yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. But you can, you know, you can ask her if she's like, if she really wants to stay friends, or if she just wanted to be polite, you know? And that it's like fine if you guys don't stay friends for you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? But if she likes me, why does she want to stay in touch? I mean, I think that makes sense, right? Like maybe she wants to stay in touch because like she doesn't have time for a boyfriend right now, but like maybe later, you know, like maybe in a year or something. Or maybe she just really likes you as a friend as well, and like while she doesn't have time for like a relationship right now, she does want to keep you as a friend. Like I feel like some of the best relationships start out with being best friends, actually. So I'm another option if she wants a boyfriend. I mean, I guess, for example, but I don't think usually like, well, young, like if you're really young, definitely it can be that some people just want a boyfriend. But if it's like a more serious setting, people don't want a boyfriend, but a specific person as their boyfriend. So I don't know. But yeah, it definitely depends. But I mean, you can always say no, you know? Like you can say you can't, you don't, like it's really hard for you to stay friends right now and you don't want to. Like that's really fine, you know? Like this is like the message she sent you is her perspective and her wish, sort of. Like it's sort of like a suggestion, like, and you can only take it for the truth at the moment. So like this is like her wish is apparently that you guys like do stay in touch, sort of, and that you maybe like just go back to being friends. Because even though she doesn't want you as a boyfriend right now because she doesn't have time for that, she doesn't want to lose you like entirely either. But you can, you know, like you can be not fine with that. You can say you don't want to and you can't. You can say that you like need some distance first, and then later on you guys can be friends. Stuff like this. Yes. It's fine. What time is it at your place, by the way? Because for me, it's actually 2 p.m. Jesus. The sun is way too much. Oh, my camera is overheating. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Yeah, go to bed. But you can always come back and like talk to me about this a bit more if you want to. But yeah, I didn't think she was trying to be mean. And just figure out what you need, you know? Try to focus on yourself. If you need space, distance, and yeah. All right. See you then. Bye. Assassin, do you want to join the chat or not? Is the question. Okay, I'm gonna check on my phone how orange that looks, because on my PC it looks crazy orange. It looks really yellow on my phone. It looks way more like reddish orange, like nice autumn colors on my screen, but here like even the overlay looks like weird, I don't know, like yellow brownish, I don't know. This is concerning. So how does the other one look? Mm-hmm. I feel like maybe like a little bit more orange, but not too much. Like I feel like the other one is a bit much. Can I like change that? Hmm. Is that a different color now? Yeah, it's a bit more orange. Okay, I think this is good. See ya, Fluffy. Good luck at work or wherever you have to go. Okay. So, party people. Anybody wants to take part in a mental health check-in? Anybody feeling like taking part? Or no? I'm at the moment switching the color of the background a little bit. Because I feel like we can use a bit more orangey. There. Okay. All right, let's see how we like that. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna open this on my phone. Okay, it looks like this, and could be a slightly bit more brown, but this is it's hard. It's tough to find a good color. I feel like. We can talk about multiple different topics today. So, if there's no one who wants to take part in a mental health check-in, we can also talk about general topics, if you guys want to. But yeah, it sort of depends what you guys feel like doing. What would be good topics? I feel like it's really hard to just start like something, because usually it's like the easiest for me to just start with something when it's like sort of like asked, because then I sort of like know in which direction we're going. Um, but I feel like we can also like sort of like start going with the topic from beforehand. That's about sort of like relationships, and I guess like maybe like how to have good relationships. Because I feel like that could be interesting, sort of to talk about this a little bit more in depth. And yeah, sorry about the like overlay. I essentially like wanted to have it done today already. But yeah, it took longer than I expected. But let's maybe start actually with my personal mental health check-in and then see where we're going from that point on. So, ooh, I just remembered in terms of personal mental health check-ins, I need to take a specific appointment and call there to say I'll use it. So with my mental health check-in, it's really low-key annoying, because what I noticed is that I did like a few things like really good, and then like a few things I'm just at the like old issues, I feel like. So I don't know, we have been talking quite a lot about the like green, orange, and red states, and that's like how I sort of noticed how you actually sort of need to do something to stay in green, and how I put like all these habits in place and everything to stay in green. Well, over the last week, I have changed those habits, and I noticed how I don't entirely like the outcome of it. But I don't know, I just sort of felt like, oh no, it's not because of the habits I changed. It just, I don't know, because of the weather or because I did a little bit too long here and there, like sort of like this. And I didn't really want to see that it maybe also just has to do with the different like hobbies and like things I was doing. Because over the last week, I have been like getting into AI again. And so I like set up my Stable Diffusion, and I like did all these different things with it and was like generating a lot of images and whatever. And in the beginning, I wanted to make like D&D battle maps and try to sort of get that done. Didn't work too well, sadly. There's like getting images, no problem, but like battle maps is really, I don't know, like online tools are just way easier for that, I feel like. And yeah, that's when I sort of like started to look into maybe generating like new stream assets and like looking into making like these like tiny stickers here, for example, like pumpkin in the cup. And these are not made by me, these are AI generated though, and like free to use and stuff like this. But I wanted to make like stickers like these, and I don't know, long story short, I spent like lots of time on this. So I was working like sort of like every day on this, and low-key, I didn't really get anywhere. Like I have lots of pictures, and a lot of them are like way better than before, and like I guess low-key usable, definitely, but it's still something where it's just, I don't know, where it just feels like it took so much longer than making them yourself. And like if you can like digitally draw and do art and stuff like this. And so it wasn't like really like entirely fulfilling, also because I don't know, whenever I use AI, I'm sort of in this like ethical question of like, oh, like what has this been trained on? Like, is that really fine? Like, and I don't know. Then also like if you get like images which are like good but like not entirely good, it's like, okay, can I like do something with this? But then sometimes the images are sort of generated with bigger pixel sizes than they actually are, and then you can't really change them, because if you were to draw on it, you would have like different pixels. So I don't know, just like a lot of like work where you don't really know like when it's going to be done, and you don't really have like linear process to any certain goal as well. And I don't know, I just noticed how I like really don't like doing it. Like I really don't like working with AI, because I feel like the progress is really not linear. Like sometimes it's doing like really nice things, and then it's doing really shitty things. And I feel like if you work with AI when you don't have like a, like, I don't know, you're low-key like lacking creativity, and or like don't really know what you want specifically, but you just want like some, I don't know, whatever picture of a house or meadow or whatever, then like, okay, fine. But for me personally, I always have like really specific ideas already. And that's why I think working with AI is so frustrating for me, because it can never actually put all of this in place. Like it's never down to the T like I imagined it, which is always sort of like frustrating, because you're like, oh, this is good. This is, oh, oh shit. And then I sort of got into like digital art. But this is only started like recently, like a day ago or something. Where I thought like, okay, you know what? Like, how about I just learn how to do like digital art well, and for example, like how to make like good emotes and stuff like this. Instead of trying to like gamble my way to good emotes with AI. And yeah, I sort of like made good progress, I think. But at the same time, it's not like perfect. Which is also really frustrating, because it's like, I don't know, so much about good emotes is sort of hidden. And you don't, like, it's not as obvious why these emotes are that good and others aren't. But they just have this like extra sparkle or something, or like a really good, like an extra sparkle you can even fix, but like extra sparkle because, I don't know, they have like a really good color combination or something. And a color combination you can't like just copy like this, if you make your own emotes, right? Because you would need like the exact fitting colors. Which if there were any emotes, then I would just like buy those, right? So I don't know, just really annoying. But I noticed how actually just doing digital art is so much nicer for me than doing AI. Or like using AI. Because it's just, it's so much more predictable. And that's what I really don't like about AI. It's so unpredictable, and it takes time where you can't really do something. It's not really based on your own skills that much. And it's not really something I'm like too interested in. It was more like the use to an ends. And yeah, within that week, I also neglected my other things I usually want to do in a week to stay in green, which, for example, is reading. Which, for example, is sort of like learning new stuff in like the mental health sector, sort of. And yeah, all of these things I didn't do, and now I'm like, I don't feel entirely like crap or anything. That's not the case. Like, I feel like low-key stable, but I do notice how I'm like more exhausted than usually. And I do notice how I have not returned to baseline from past week yet. And that even though like I had the different things I want to do for myself in a week are the following. It's like and read and learn more stuff about psychology to be like intellectually challenged, sort of. Then like be there for people, help people, purpose. That's like with stream, so I had that, but I didn't have the first one. Then like crochet or like do household chores. This one I also didn't do. So like the flow sort of state was missing. Then like gym bouldering, I did that. Friends, D&D, painting minis, board games, I did that. Nature meditation, well, sort of didn't. Or like not as much as I would like to. So like half did it, I guess. And then like creative stuff, I thought I was doing, but I didn't. Because I couldn't, like, it's not, I don't know, AI is really not as creative as actually making something creative, because you don't have any personal influence except the prompt, which is limited influence. Like I did prompt engineer and it did get me to like a certain point, but it's like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like really making something yourself. Like, I don't know why, but it's just, I thought it would be sort of the same, and then in the beginning you started and it's like, oh my god, so many images like directly finished and it feels so good. But low-key, it's like social media. I think that's genuinely it. Like, it low-key, it feels like social media. Like you're getting dopamine, but not for anything you did or have seen yourself or could like actually take part in. And it's like so much faster and it feels great in the beginning, but just like afterwards you just low-key feel like shit. And I think that was it. And the annoying part was that like while doing it, I had so much creative energy. And I don't know, it was so frustrating because I couldn't like really do anything with that. And yeah, this is like where I just sort of noticed how I like neglected my like creative, grounded, flow, intellectual needs. And it's not like I'm crashing out or anything, because my like purpose, physical, social, love, like all of those needs are like fulfilled. But it's just something where I notice I don't feel as good about myself as I usually would. And I noticed that while the week was going on, but I didn't act on it because I just, I don't know, I just contributed it to the situation. Like, I just feel like, well, it's like, it's getting like, you know, like cloudy outside again. Like, there's less vitamin D, stuff like this. I don't know, like, and like it's just getting cold and it's like getting winter. I don't know, like, and like, oh, okay, on that day I was like awake too long, and maybe it's just like one of those times where I don't feel that good about myself and stuff like this. But I feel like I don't know, I feel like I was just not avoiding, not running away, but I just sort of didn't I just didn't get it. I just didn't get it that it's just like back then. That like there's just some needs which aren't fulfilled, and that's why I feel shittier than usual. And I think I just didn't really recognize how this is like dependent on my behavior because it wasn't shitty enough. So like I've learned that if none of my needs are fulfilled, like no physical, creative, intellectually, purpose, social, all of that, like if those are not fulfilled, I really feel like crap, and I'm like on basically like going into the next depressive episode. And I don't know, because here like half of my needs were fulfilled and the other half weren't. I didn't feel like crap like the times where I knew it's because of those needs, and that's why I think I just didn't really get that I just don't feel as good about myself because of that. And that it's not the weather, that it's not like any of those other things, but it's just there's some needs which aren't fulfilled. And I don't know, if my intellectual need is not fulfilled, I don't think as highly of myself. I don't feel like I'm smart. I don't feel like I'm achieving something, you know? If my flow need is not fulfilled, I don't feel as much in tune with my body and stuff like this. I don't feel like I'm as physically capable as I usually feel like. And if my creative need is not fulfilled, I don't feel as motivated anymore and not as much drive anymore. And I just didn't really see that. I just thought oh yes, the weather, it's like not sleeping enough and stuff like this, you know? But I think it was just because of those needs. And I don't know. This is something which is like really hard to learn, I feel like. And it's something where like every week I sort of come back to it and like need to get again that it takes effort to stay in green, and that it not only takes effort to stay in green fully, to not have a depressive phase, but that not fulfilling like some of those needs, like intellectual flow, purpose, like is then you're just gonna feel like a little bit shitty, and that's still a signal and is already giving you a signal that some of those needs are not fulfilled, and that I don't have as much self-confidence because my intellectual need is not fulfilled. I don't feel as in touch with my body because my flow need is not fulfilled and stuff like this. So I think like this is what I'm learning right now, to like see the signs earlier and earlier and then actually instantly do something about it, to not bounce around as much. Yeah. Ooh, Ursula and Jessa, welcome. As a massive overthinker and undiagnosed ADHD, however, my brain goes into full overdrive with overthinking about what other people think about me and only thinking about the negative. It's led to me having anxiety panic attacks. How do I break out of this cycle? Ooh, okay. Let's get into that. Let me drink for a second. Have you ever been to therapy, or are you in therapy right now? Because I personally, it was sort of expected that I have ADHD once I joined therapy. And when I then got the ADHD diagnosis, it actually turned out that I probably don't have ADHD, but I'm traumatized. Because a lot of the trauma symptoms can actually like overlap with ADHD symptoms. And for example, this like massive overthinking where your brain goes into full overdrive with overthinking what other people think about you and thinking about the negative and stuff like this. This especially is really well connected to trauma. So that's like a bigger topic. And it's a topic which like can be sort of like fixed in therapy. So I'm glad that you're about to start therapy again. And I think like 7th November, you know, it's like, I know it's still a few weeks, like don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's at least not like 5 months or 6 months. You know what I mean? Like it's foreseeable in the future already. Like there's a date on the calendar. But definitely do restart therapy, I think. But there's maybe like some things we can definitely talk about right now or get into right now. I started a new job 3 months ago and I cannot help but think there's a slight possibility that there are people who don't seem to like me because I see how cliquey the office is. Ah, I see. Why would it be negative if some people don't like you? Hi James, how you doing? Welcome. We're at the moment talking to Arslan the Jester. That's a part I'm not sure about. Okay. I understand how... What, like... If you have anxiety about this, in which direction is the narrative of the anxiety? Because anxiety and, like, there's usually... Okay. Because anxiety, there's usually sort of like a narrative like tightly attached to it. So I feel like if we talk about this narrative, maybe we can sort of like find out in which direction or like where the anxiety is coming from specifically. And don't be bothered by James. I can only guess that maybe when I was younger, I was very overprotected by my parents, not allowed to have friends. So socially, I'm very awkward a lot. Was it a bit hard to be around your parents? Were there a lot of expectations on how you should be, sort of? And how to behave and what not to do and what to do and stuff like this? Was it a little bit like walking on eggshells? Sometimes. As the youngest of 4, they just didn't want me to end up like my siblings, so after they got jobs, became too rebellious. Okay. Too rebellious. Mm-hmm. Do you still have contact to your siblings? And do you like your siblings? I live with my sister and her husband right now. Yes, I still do. Oh, okay. So, are they too rebellious then? Like, is it bad what they become or became? Are there like specific things which were considered too rebellious? You sort of like have a recollection of? Hmm. Hmm. Was your mom also nagging you? Yeah, constantly about stuff like religion, mostly since she was. Hmm. Um. Was she also like loud, for example, when she was nagging you? Or turned like angry? Or sort of like threatening? In a way? So like was there any sort of like thing where you felt like it was not only annoying that she was nagging you, but you were scared in that moment? Very, she would also never seem to stop. So I feel like we might know where the anxiety panic attacks is coming from. And like I'm not a professional, right? Like definitely do get therapy. Okay. I just feel like this is like maybe something like which aligns with that, right? Like what do you think about this? Because I feel like if I picture you as a child, or like if I picture a child in general, with a mum like you describe it, I would picture a really stressed child. A child which is sort of like the entire time like looking from left to right, sort of like walking on eggshells, not trying to do something wrong and then always ending up doing something wrong because there's just way too high expectations, like there's no chance of not doing something wrong. And like having to watch out the entire time to sort of like see the expectation and then adjust to it. To not, I don't know, get in the, like not get the next target. Like, how do you see yourself in that picture? Everything fine, Arslan? I'm not too sure. But I do recall at one point when I was free to do what I wanted, I tried to get people I met to sort of like me. Hmm. Can I ask you how old you are when you... Or like, is there like, what are the things you do remember about childhood? Hmm. Okay, so it's a bit farther for you away. That makes sense. Turns out a lot of people sort of tolerate it instead, which is fine too. Hmm. Hmm. What was before that time? Like, do you remember how you felt with like 10, with 12? Like around that age? I have so much muscle pain in my arm here because I was playing tennis yesterday. I think because I was like that age, I was probably like clinging onto her a lot, and my siblings at the time detested that. So she coddled me a lot when I was super young. Hmm. You say you think. Do you not have like a proper recollection of like certain situations, or do you just want to sort of like phrase it a bit softer? Oh. I just asked that you always say like, I think this and that happened. Do you have troubles remembering your childhood, or is it just that you want to like phrase things more softer? My tea is really hot. Hmm. Hmm. And you weren't really allowed to have any friends, right? Was that also back then already? Or did that only start later? Most annoying part about glasses. Hmm. Okay. I mean, if they only had to screen them, did you then end up having some friends which were screened and like okay? Or was like none of them like really good enough? I mean, friends can be a danger, but friends are really necessary. After all, we're social animals. No one can survive alone. I think my friends at the time got annoyed I was forced to bring them to my home every time I wanted to go out during those times. Oh, damn. Hmm. Yeah, I can expect. Inviting me for stuff afterwards. Hmm. I see. So I wonder if I was too much alone as a toddler. I mean, maybe. Like being social is like definitely sort of like a skill we have to train, right? Um, but there's like many different reasons for this. Going back to Arslan, I think I don't know, like this sounds heavy. Like this sounds difficult. Like this sounds like a difficult childhood. And not only childhood, but sort of still. How do you think about your life so far? Ups and downs, really. Do you like your life, and what would be the thing you would like to change in your life if you were to change a thing? right now. I'm content with the current friends I have. My job's alright. The only thing I'd love to change is all these thoughts in my head and how it can affect my day. Hmm. When are those thoughts occurring most, sort of? Or like, what type of situation is leading to those? And how do they affect your day? Does it like, does the overthinking and sort of this like really anxious state of overthinking, does it keep going for hours or like the entire day? Or is it even like, I don't know, influencing the next day and the day after? I can imagine that life is a bit boring if you don't have many friends and just have Twitch as company. What would you like to change about your life, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, if you could change anything? If I ever make a mistake at my job, I tend to freeze up. Also with friends? Or only in like a professional scenario? Sometimes with friends too, like I say, the wrong thing or the wrong thing at the wrong time. And I'm never able to catch myself from making that mistake. What type of mistakes are those? If you say you can never catch yourself from making those mistakes. Just so I'm like, I know in which like size we're talking, you know? I'm too much alone. Girlfriend got moody with me many weeks now. So is that what you would change in your life, 𝔹𝕃ℚ? To like be less alone? Or what would you change to have a better life? Like what would like a good life look to you? There was one time I got too passionate over a game a friend of mine was playing, to the point he was a bit too uncomfortable. I had to profusely apologize the next day. Was it fine after you apologized? I did not learn social much, so not easy to find another, and I don't try. No, I mean like a regular friend. 𝔹𝕃ℚ. I didn't mean like another girlfriend. Like how would you change your life if you could change it to anything? Like how would your life look if you could overcome like any type of fears or anything? It was, but I cannot seem to accept his forgiveness. Do you know why you can't accept it? Like, do you not trust the forgiveness? Like, do you think there's gonna be like, I don't know, some type of like bad comment afterwards? Or they're just gonna sort of like pay you back in a way? Or do you think like you're a bad human still? Nope, Toby, why do you have a resistance to saying what you want out of life? Do you not want to do anything different? Or like have a different life? I'm afraid of losing this person as a friend. I've been friends with him for a year. Hmm. So you sort of like, you don't trust the apology that it's like really fine. And you sort of think that like next time or whatever, like now that you make a mistake, then he's like not gonna be friends with you anymore or something like this. That like every mistake is sort of like adding up onto like a list, and if it's like full, then the friendship is over, like this. Hmm. Okay. So there's different approaches to anxiety and panic attacks in general. And especially if it's connected to trauma, it can be like more complicated. But there's a few things you can sort of try. And I'm gonna just explain you my sort of like experience with any of those so far. So for example, I also have social anxiety. And I definitely also had sort of like anxiety to like go out alone and stuff like this. So just like basically like social anxiety in general. And not only that anxiety, but also like anxiety sort of like dark spaces. So for example, like looking into a dark room, like this really like childish sort of anxiety of like, oh, there's gonna be a monster in the dark. And I don't know, like I guess like a lot of anxiety in general. And then it was like more connected to like to some topics than others. But one of the things you can do is do exposure therapy, which essentially means that you do the stuff which is giving you anxiety, but you only do it like a tiny, tiny bit. So like to a point where you can like, where it's like gonna be fine. It's not gonna like throw you into depression or anything, you know? And also in sort of like a situation where you can always stop it, you know, if it's getting too much and stuff like this. But in essence, it's like the purpose is for you to experience this anxiety and learn that there is nothing happening. Like everything is okay. You know, like you live and everything is fine. And then you sort of like do it again, but you do a little more. And then you try to feel fine in that position. And that's how you like up the stakes every time. And the idea is that like in the end, you're just gonna feel fine in that situation the entire time. And while you might feel some anxiety, it's gonna be in a way where you can handle it and where you know how to handle it, and it's gonna be just like less overwhelming than before. But this is anxiety before panic attack. This is not if you are in a panic attack. Because if you are having a panic attack, you need to like, this is like, it's already like over the top, sort of. So you need to like get to a like safe, acceptable base level again. So the whole idea of like exposure therapy is only doing something to like finding the smallest step you can take, for example. So I don't know, like it would be, I don't know, like maybe, like I actually have had a little bit anxiety of spilling something, like spilling water on the floor, for example. Because back in my childhood, that was like really, I don't know, it was just this like, oh, no, and there was like a huge reaction to it. And so I had anxiety from that. And with that, it's, for example, that you yourself, sort of like alone in your kitchen, like nobody else is there, that you on purpose spill a little bit of water. And then you just sort of experience the situation. You try to really listen actually to your anxiety, try where it's coming from, what it's telling you specifically, what the fears, what the specific fears are it has, what the situation is you expect. And at the same time, you tell yourself, you sort of like compare what you expect, what the fears are you expect, with the reality you are in, which in that scenario is you're alone. Nobody is screaming at you. Everything is fine. You can just remove the water again and nothing happened. Like the floor is not ruined. Like there's like everything is fine, you know? And this is sort of like the takeaway that you did something, and you actively put in the effort to compare it with what actually happened and realize that sort of like that nothing has happened and that it's fine, that it's okay, and that you lived through that situation, sort of. With the panic attacks, you usually just sort of try to well, the only thing I know about panic attacks, is that it's you usually sort of try to step out of this toxic situation you are in, or this triggering situation you are in, before you have a full-blown panic attack. Like, I don't really know if there's something like overcoming or exposure therapy to panic attacks. I haven't heard of any of that. What I just know is that you just sort of like try to notice them as early as they start and then instantly take a step back. But like sort of like if you have taken a step back and you're like, you know, like the situation is fine now, sort of like you did everything you had to do, like it's not going to get worse. And then you sort of try to feel what you feel, and you sort of try to feel how your body is feeling, and like do like breathing exercise and like this. So with panic attacks, it's more of like the like calming down and like teaching yourself tools and strategies to calm down and not go into the direction of full-blown panic attack. Versus with anxiety, it's more of like trying to, like if it's something you have anxiety about, which is like a rather like unrealistic, like a doom type scenario, then you try to sort of expose yourself to some of that anxiety where you can handle it really well, and sort of like teach yourself actively and like try to actively gain experiences and then reflect on those experiences where you felt that anxiety, you had those fear, but nothing happened. So that you sort of like give your brain evidence that even though you were so sure that this is like so bad and everything, actually nothing happened. And then you do this like more and more, and that's how sort of the anxiety gets lower, because your evidence that everything is going to be fine is getting more and more. But yeah, Aslan, I sadly can't give you like a full fix or anything to this. I definitely think it's like a bigger topic where therapy makes a lot of sense, and I'm really glad that you're restarting therapy again. But I think what you could do as sort of like a really good preparation for therapy, and then also to get the most out of therapy, as in those situations where you feel those feelings, not like in a full-blown panic attack, but where you have, like, if you're in a situation where you still have space, to sit down, have like a journal, and write down what your fears are in that moment, and write down where they might be coming from and what you might expect in those situations, to just like gain more information on this. Because the more information you have, the better the therapist then can help you. So if you're, for example, able to find out, oh, it's like really connected to this and that scenario when I was a kid, and this can take a little bit to like get to like really like have that back in mind, because when we lived through trauma, like not remembering things is like actually really common. So it can really help to sort of like focus on like finding out where things coming from, and like really understanding your fears in that moment, and not just like brushing them off with like, oh, it's like I'm overreacting right now and I'm overthinking right now anyways, but just like really writing down all of those fears and being like, okay, so like being like more like a, like you're studying yourself type situation, where like, okay, like I feared this, and like which evidence do I have for this? Well, the other person looked like this, and like then they only said this, and like sort of like analyze it a little bit on your own, to then have more context for your therapist. And I think that's a really good thing you can do. And with, yeah, so with the panic attacks, try to step out of it as fast as you can. Sort of like, if you notice this is a trigger, try to really pinpoint triggers that can help you to notice them earlier. And then, for example, like next time you make a mistake at work, you already know, okay, there's usually a trigger for myself. So I'm gonna take 10 and calm myself down. And like to not wait till it's like a full-blown panic attack. And with the anxiety, also like not let it turn into like a full-blown panic attack, but step out of it first. And then if you still feel some anxiety, write down how, why, where it's coming from, what it feels like it's attached to, stuff like this. And you can also try to actually talk to your friends about this and voice this to your friends. And just be like, for example, to the friend where you made a mistake, and then like you said sorry, but the friend said like, oh yeah, it's fine, but you still fear like they're gonna like leave you or something. Just like, you can also just sort of tell them like, hey, is it like really fine? Because I'm sort of like, I don't know, just because of my mom and childhood, I'm like really concerned that you just like, I don't know, don't want to be friends with me anymore. And I don't know, just like asking for clarification, I guess, if it's really fine, and that can help. So I hope that helps. We can also just talk about it a bit more. If you have like maybe like a specific situation you come across in this week where you are able to sort of like pay a little bit attention to what's happening in the moment right now, you can maybe come back on Thursday and tell me about it, and then we can sort of analyze it together if you want to. So, or on Monday or next Thursday, just whenever one of those situations is coming up. But I think you're already doing a very, very important step, and that is restarting with therapy. That's really good. And I'm really proud that you do that, because that's really smart. Okay. So now I'm coming back to 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻. Welcome back, Fluffy, by the way. Also, thank you for the follow. Dormindolol. So, can mean wanting more company, but not sure if I want to try much to change it. Can be avoidant personality disorder, but that is avoidant personality disorder is marked by poor self-esteem and an intense fear of rejection. But I am hardly this. Spilling can be a danger, footballing, so when lifting pots from sofa, stretch hands out, hold them far from body, walk like that. Surprise, I'm back. Get medics from panic attacks and you feel fall in a situation so your body learns it is all good and you will feel better without meds as well. Otherwise a system shock like put ice on the wrist or something will help calm down or break the attack. Feel calm. Yeah. Definitely like talking to a doctor about panic attacks and getting help with that would be amazing. But I think that's maybe like the therapists doing, so that's only available on November 7th. Ideas when I was younger where everyone would comment how nice I was, so I built this internal complex that I was a nice person. It's my whole image. Whenever this complex came into question, my whole identity broke down, anxiety went into overdrive. So teach kids it's okay to be not nice too. First snow now of winter. You're really switching topics a lot. I'm sort of like, I'm confused where we're going with the conversation of Toby. Well, I feel like you want to go somewhere. But to be fair, if you don't want to change much about like being alone and like, I guess this is like the most important thing about like any help at any point, right? Like there's sort of like nothing others can do if you're good with how your life is right now and you don't want to change anything, or you're not good with your life is right now but you still don't want to change anything, there's not really something I can offer, because it's, I don't know, I guess I can like offer the opinion that I don't think a life is like, your life is just gonna get better from like nowhere. And but I think you actually sort of like know this. So Like, do you think it could change, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻? Like, do you believe there's the option that it could be better? Or do you think this is something which is like can't be helped? Okay, yeah, it could change. So why do you not want to change it? Hmm. 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 If you say you're just like lazy to make the effort, is it then not bad actually right now? Like, is it not that bad? Like, do you mind if it changes? Or are you like, well, that's how life is. Whatever. I guess as many would call it bad, also it's unhealthy, studies say. But yeah, okay. And? So you don't feel very bad about it, but you don't like it. Why don't you like it if you don't feel very bad about it? Or like what specifically do you feel bad about then? I think it's good that you don't feel bad about everything. You know? Hmm. I mean, there are humans who have less social needs than others. That is a thing. Like like studies only tell us the average. A life in a good community would be great. Okay. Did you enjoy that talk? Who would you rather talk to? If it was only okay. Mm-hmm. Did you ever, or are you in therapy, 𝔹𝕃℃𝔻? No. Why not? Hmm. So you don't live anywhere where like where your how is it called? Your health insurance would pay for it? The Minecraft tutorial plug. Just in between. Hmm. I do understand why you say I'm like a free therapist. And on one side I appreciate it. On the other side, I'm in no comparison a free therapist. Like therapy, like a therapist has personal hours with you. Sometimes even one per week or multiple a week, where he, over the course of sometimes even years, gets to know you and is probably specialized on people with problems like you and tries, so like offers like all the knowledge we have in that sector, sort of. Which, even though I definitely try to get smarter every day, I'm not at that point yet. I think mostly people just need to talk with anyone. We know ourselves. I think I don't agree. I talked to my mom a lot, made it worse. I talked to my husband a lot about it. He didn't know better. Like, I don't know, like if I look about in like at society right now, there is so many people who I don't know, like who can like of course you can talk to them, but you don't really want to learn from them. Like it's like the blind leading the blind sort of situation, you know? Like for example, if you want to have like a really successful relationship, like a really healthy, one of the best relationships on earth, if you look for advice and talk to a person from your, I don't know, like 5 times divorced friend, well, you are way more likely to end up 5 times divorced than with the happiest relationship. Like you know what I mean? Like there's like yeah. Husband not single, okay, I'm leaving. Why? I thought you have a girlfriend. Oh, okay. I haven't heard that joke once, thankfully. And yeah, I was advising many drivers not to make a new illegal turn downtown last days. But yeah. Um it's sort of like the life you want, or like the life you will lead, really depends on the life you want and work for. This is something where like I think we like sort of like underestimate it, because we just, I guess I should find another girlfriend. Why? Um I mean, is that because of you or because of her? She's okay. Is that also a joke? Yeah, okay. It's not a joke. Bruh. How did that work? I never had that one before. But that was cool. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about this? If you were to know how to find women, would it be okay? Okay, so you would stay with her even if you weren't as desperate. Mm. Mm. I mean, are you like, do you want to have this unofficial relationship? Or do you want to have like an actual girlfriend who's there for you? Like, would you like more? Yeah, I thought I would be busy, but I didn't go to the place. I sent them like a I just sent them like an email. How did that turn out, Pandas? Not really something we expected. Hmm. Okay. I don't know. This is also like, again, coming sort of like down to the problem that like if if you don't really want to change anything about your life, like even though it's shitty, uh it's like there's like it's hard to have these talks even because there's no real motivation. I don't know. So it's like, to me, I don't know if it's like if it's useful really to like talk about anything, 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, because it's like I don't really know how to help you if you like you don't say you need help. Like they're I don't know what you need help with. Like people lead the lives they want. If you don't really want a better life or you don't want to like pursue it, there's nobody else is gonna make you. Um yeah, I'm not really sure upon this. I think our talk now is very good. Nice to have full attention in chat. I genuinely think our talk is really confusing. And there's no like there's no point to it. Like it's pointless. It's just small talk of I don't know. Like to me personally, it's just it doesn't feel like the talking is worth anything, you know? Like I don't know if it means anything. to you or to me. So it's nice, Fluffy. Let's go. But yeah, so if you don't have like a goal or want to change anything, I think I would go in depth with pandas now. Because yeah, there's people who do have goals, and I don't really like, I'm really sorry, but I just don't really know how to offer you any advice or help or anything, because I don't really like, I don't know. You know, like, just because others tell you your life is like not good or unhealthy, or studies tell you your life is unhealthy, like, if you want to live that life, you know, like, not everybody needs to live a healthy life. Not everybody needs to live a long life either. Like, some people would, yeah, rather choose to live 30 years with like drugs and whatever, and then like opt out of the whole thing instead of living 90 years. So that's sort of like the only thing I can tell you. Like, don't, like, just because others say your life is like not good or anything, like, don't let it make your life worse, you know? Like, if you don't like your life, that's absolutely fair, and then we can like work on something else, you know? But if you like your life, even though others don't, like, they don't have to lead your life. Just enjoy. But then it's like then I can't like offer anything, because I'm not gonna tell you to change something you don't want to change. Like, I'm not gonna tell you to change your life even though you don't want to change your life, you know? Like, if you're happy or something, you know, it's like that's, I don't know, like, there's no point in talking about change. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can just take part in the stream and stuff like this. No problem. You don't need to want help to take part in these streams. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing, of course, is like, if anyone is disrupting the stream for like to the point where others don't want to seek out help anymore, then that's not okay. But yeah, other than that, you can also just be here, offer your advice or emotional support to others as well, and just listen to the talk, give your input. That's also completely fine, yeah. You don't need help. So I actually, yeah, I wanted to know about the contract. Like, did they just like, did you have another talk with them, or did they just like send you the offer for the new contract? Like, what was that, just it? And like, are you gonna take it? Like, do you know already? Because I mean, you didn't really like how the whole conversation turned out last time. Or like, do you gonna wait with signing the contract and see if you find something else? Something better, maybe? Or nah? Oh, Yeah, we can actually. I thought actually about doing it in text chat because I thought you don't have much to talk about. But we can also go in voice chat again. Hello.
Alright.
Hello. So, well, yeah. The questions I said.
Okay. So effectively, like I wasn't at work on Thursday,
Yeah.
right? I think I told you that. So on Thursday I received a message on Teams, which I read on Friday morning because I don't have Teams on my private devices.
Yeah.
Basically saying, please, please, please notify me when you are at work again. Like just that, nothing more.
Okay.
Which I did, right?
Yeah.
And then a bit late, like I usually start at like 7 a.m. My boss usually starts somewhere between 8 and 8:30. And so I at around this time I basically received a second message that said, "Could you come around, please?"
Mm-hmm.
Nothing more again. Which was a little bit amusing for me personally, because it kind of was like that would be a response I would give probably, and I think it's kind of an autistic response
Yeah.
in this situation. To just have like this one line, okay, please notify us if you are back, and please come around, because that was like I wasn't panicking or something, but I was like, yeah, okay, it could be that they would just tell me that they won't give me a longer contract or something.
Yeah.
Because it was very very formal, I guess.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's
I know what you mean. It's very like unemotional, distanced.
yeah, which is I don't know. That's kind of like a response I would give, not because because I would like assume that it's just like the information someone needs,
Yeah.
and probably ignore not out of bad intentions, but I would probably ignore the information that someone wants in this scenario.
Yeah.
Which probably kind of triggers a certain learning process, because I never really thought about that too much.
Mm-hmm.
But
Let's get
anyways,
back on
I
topic,
went
yeah.
there, and I was basically expecting that they would tell me, okay, we talked, no more contract.
Yeah.
And yeah, she basically came pretty much pretty fast to the point and said, yeah, I'm going to push for the new contract next week, so this week effectively. So I should probably hear something about it. That doesn't mean that I will get the contract no matter what. So I'm still kind of looking for a new thing, but not with the same priority as before that, which might be a mistake. But if I'm being honest, I'm a bit too lazy to 100% commit into searching something
It's
new.
fine. Oh. I mean, it's normal. She
All
told
right.
you. she's gonna push for the new contract. So let's see. But
Yeah.
there could still be like things in the new contract you don't like.
Very unlikely. I would agree with you in regards of the aspect that you could in theory have like contract negotiations with a smaller company, for instance. Or if you are employed at a ZDF with your own contract, right?
Mm.
But that's more of a situation where you have like the bigger companies usually, as far as I know, have like
Standardized contracts.
yeah, or salary brackets, right?
Yeah.
That's like they have like so my old company basically got bought by Accenture. I don't know if you are familiar with Accenture. They basically do everything. They are like a consultant company primarily. They are primarily a consulting company, but when they took us over, there somehow was like a rumor that they even own a car factory in China. So they literally do everything. They yeah.
Okay. Damn.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I know that they have like a huge programming department and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they basically have like this very hierarchical system of positions, I'd say. Which kind of always reminds me to like civil servants, you know, when they get like ranks.
Okay, yeah.
And the rank has like a certain salary bracket, and you are somewhere in between there and can't really negotiate about that.
Yeah.
And yeah, the contracts usually are, at least at the ZDF, they are like all standardized for the students.
Yeah.
Right. So everything's earning the exact same. Everyone has like the exact same holiday amount of holidays, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So I will most likely receive the exact same contract, with the exception that the dates are a little bit different than they used to be.
Yeah. So how do you feel about this?
Oh, yeah, it's good. Like,
Is that like do you feel like how do you feel about like the things they sort of like said and did? Like, do you feel fine about those? Or
okay, I might add a bit more information. Because they not about companies, structures and stuff like that. I try to keep it on focused. I know I struggle with that sometimes. but they basically said like my boss is going to be promoted,
Yeah.
or maybe not promoted, but she's going into management.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So I'd say that basically is a promotion,
Well.
because it's not going to be like she was the boss of an department, right? And now she's going into management, which, like, she only said that she goes into management. So I'd consider it as a promotion of some kind.
Yeah.
And that's like the big boss, right? The mini boss still remains, and she will basically be in the big boss's position until a replacement is found.
Yeah.
My personal opinion in such a scenario usually is like, okay, maybe just give like the mini boss like some time and see how it goes. And if it
Yeah.
goes well, then you find a new mini boss and just promote the mini boss, right?
Mm.
But it could be that the mini boss will disappear as well.
Okay.
Because she was like basically the right hand of the big boss in a lot of regards, as
Yeah.
far as I understood that. And yeah, those are the two persons in this in the department that I worked with a lot.
Yeah.
I have contact with some others who work on the same topics as I, so I sometimes have like topic specific conversations with them, but most of them were with the big boss and the mini boss.
Yeah.
And they were like, they again said they are very content with the work I'm doing.
Yeah.
And that they were a bit concerned regarding my the times that I wasn't at work.
Yeah.
Could be perceived by the next one in line as to be a problem,
Yeah.
which seems a bit paternalizing in my opinion at the first glance, because like, okay, that's not really an argument if you are concerned that this person might be a problem for me because that person couldn't be as open-minded and see it as a problem. Like, okay, but like that's my issue, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't get better if you just decide to not give me the contract because of that.
Yeah.
So my general assumption would be that if you go into management, you probably want to climb the hierarchy a bit more.
Yeah.
Right? Like personally for myself, I see myself somewhere in like, I want to get my bachelor, right?
Yeah.
Then I want to go somewhere into middle management where I like earn good money, but not really much, but middle management and have a chill life. That's like my end goal, right?
Yeah.
Some basis where I can say, okay, I will have a good life. Maybe I can see that I put some money aside so that I don't starve
Yeah.
because I won't get any
Okay.
rent
Yeah.
and stuff like that
Mhm.
later on. Right, that's basically my end goal. Like for instance, my father was really competitive. Like he really pushed to get up and stuff like that, and he got pretty far, I'd say. And that's like totally not me. Like I just want to chill.
Yeah.
Right, but if you push for management, that probably means that you want to achieve a bit more. And my assumption would be that she was concerned that if she gives me the contract, I might disappear for a while, being sick. Company has to pay me, right? Because they have to
Yeah.
pay you for 6 weeks. Can't hire a replacement. Gonna be a big clusterfuck. And that it will ultimately fall back on her because she decided to give me the contract,
Mm.
even though I told her that I'm trans, and then she somehow had the concern, okay, I might get more sick days because of that, or in connection with that, and that it might be used against her in some way, right?
Yeah.
That would be my assumption for the actual reason for it. That
Yeah, I
they
mean,
were
that's sort of what
concerned
we
about
talked
that.
about as well, right?
Yeah.
That like they have this limited amount of contracts, and then have like just too much work or like too little workers essentially. And
Yeah. I mean, I basically like that's basically what she told me right away. We ended up talking like almost an hour about stuff like not only about the contract situation, but also about like work specific things.
were you able to get some like clarification from that talk, and like felt like going out of that talk you felt like, okay, this is not really like an like this is not too much an issue anymore because I understand her reasoning?
I wouldn't say it was an issue of reasoning, that I had an issue with her reasoning or understanding her reasoning, because like I think that I wasn't too far off with my initial understanding of her reasoning back on Thursday, right?
Mm.
Compared to now, at least. So yeah, I don't know, like reasoning wise I can understand it in theory, like if you are somewhat determined to push your career forward, then I can understand why you make certain decisions, right?
Mm.
But that doesn't mean that I consider them to be right.
Yeah. So you're still pissed off about it, or
Thing is, like I usually work like if I go to sleep, like if I'm pissed, okay? I'm really pissed about something. And usually if I go to sleep afterwards, it's kind of like a reset button. And then it basically has to happen again for me to get to the same level of being pissed again.
okay.
That doesn't mean that I have this that I don't have this this how is it called, those thought loops about it, but I don't get like as emotional again and again. Like there are people who will think about a topic and that really triggers them to the point that they really are
Just
emotional.
triggered. Yeah.
Yeah, that they are triggered.
Yeah.
And usually for me it's like I have the incident. I'm very emotional. In like those rudimentary emotions, I'd say.
Mm.
Like maybe in the more distinct emotions as well, but like I don't. It should be for you pretty much the same, right? Like you feel angry, you feel sad, like those basic stuffs, and they are easier to hold on, right? They're easier to spot.
Yeah.
Like that's how it is for me. Like I can. It's not that I'm like a robot without emotions. Well, that's a funny thing, by the way. How people perceive autism in general.
No, I think it's not funny. It's actually really, really depressing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, but it's like, okay, yeah, it's probably not funny. I have a tendency it, sorry, it's an interesting thing how people
Yeah.
perceive autism.
It's funny in a ridiculous, tragic way.
Would you allow me to get into this topic, or should I return to the other one? Because I feel like if I'm starting to talk about that, it could be.
Mm. Well, let's
Or I can
finish the
try to
first topic
finish the first one.
maybe.
So
So you're not
where was
feeling
I?
like pissed off about this anymore because you calmed down, you see her reasoning, even if you don't think it's like optimal, but like whatever, I guess. So like you would take the contract if it's like when it's given
Well,
to you.
I made a decision pretty much directly after I got the news first, and it was
Mhm.
basically I would try to get a contract,
Yeah.
and I would sign the first one that has acceptable conditions
Yeah.
for me that I receive.
Mm.
Right. I wouldn't sign it right away. If I have like the chance of getting another contract within like a reasonable time frame, right? Like reasonable would be like I already have, like, if the contract is identical, then I would say, okay, reasonable would be to have like a week or something, right? Like
Yeah.
if you already had this contract and you get the exact same contract but only for a longer time frame, then 1 week is reasonable, right? If it's a completely new contract, then you can still like stall a little longer with saying like, okay, then you ask when do you want to have your response, right? Then you can stall like a little bit longer, in my opinion, because you have to think about it. Do you want to take this contract? You don't say them, yeah, I'm basically waiting for another contract and I want to compare those contracts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you still have probational time, so you could just as well sign the contract and then say, oh yeah, sorry, I decided differently, so I'm just terminating the contract. That would be an option, but that's like, I really don't like doing that.
So you would sign the
Because
first, which is okay.
I
So
would
that's sort of
sign the
like
first
the
after like a certain period of time. Or well, I would probably sign it right away and then like hand it in after a week or something.
yeah.
If there would be another chance that I might receive another contract in this time frame. And I'm probably keeping to that resolution.
Mm.
It's just unlikely that I will land another contract before I get the one of the ZDF.
Yeah.
Right, but like as I said, I kind of tuned down my efforts to find a new one. But if I find a new one first, then I will take it. So it's basically up to them how fast they are.
Mm.
If they stall it until like the very last second, then yeah, it could be, because it's like, yeah, 1 and the 3rd months until my contract ends now, which is in theory enough time to find something new if you are very dedicated to it, which I'm not, so it's unlikely. But yeah, if I would get like an invitation for a job interview, I would probably go to my boss and tell her, yeah, look, I have a job interview because I still applied for things because I didn't get the contract until now, and I needed the security, and I will go to the job interview. So if you want to keep me here because I want to stay here, it would be nice if I receive my contract soon.
Yeah.
And then I will sign it. But if I don't, and if the job interview turns out to be positive for me, then I will sign this contract. I can stall for a week or two, but after that, I'm going to sign that contract if you don't give me the other contract in time, because I need that security. Which I don't know if that's like too pushy or not, but like from my perspective, and I sometimes struggle to take over the perspective of others.
I think it's
But
fair.
from my perspective, that's basically I mean, the intention is not to make them pressure, right? That's a
No, it's
result
fair.
out of it. The
I mean,
intention
even
mainly
if you
is,
were, that's also fair.
yeah.
Like this is business. Like I don't know. Like you can do that. It's fair. It's like not a family business, and even in family business, people do that. Like I ask for more money from my mom. Like it's fair. I don't know. Like you don't get more money or like better contracts if you don't push. Like I don't like usually people like there's little people who give you more money just like that.
Yeah.
Like without asking for it or showing your value and like being like, here, see what I do. So don't worry about it. I think it absolutely makes sense. I think it's a good, I think it's good. Like you still look for something, but you don't like overexert yourself because you feel like you would get a contract from them, but you will take the first one, which sounds good. At the same time, like keeping the option of the other one and maybe like seeing if there's like how long you can hold the other one to see their offer to then take the best option. Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah.
But do you still, so there's like, you say there's like no, I don't know, like no resentment, no anger towards her anymore. It's like you think it's a shitty thing and that's why you might leave now, but at the same time it's like, well, happened. Like now it's over, sort of.
Yeah, like I don't really have like
Resentment?
a resentment or something like that.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Like knowing all of this now, would you change anything about your, or like would you like to change anything anything about your feelings or reaction in the beginning to this situation?
I mean, my reaction. I think my reaction was fine.
I don't mean necessarily towards them, although this is, of course, also included. But
Like my general reaction to
yeah.
them was fine, besides the circumstance that I highly reduced my work output. But that was more of a yeah, I don't know. Like I think you have to expect that if you like basically drop something like that on someone, then that is going to have like consequences. And it's not that I didn't work; it just I was way slower.
Mm.
Like a lot slower, and yeah, that's basically like a motivational thing, right?
Mm.
If you say and there are different approaches to it. Like if you say one person, yeah, you might terminate the contract because of the reasoning that was given to me, then another person could say, okay, now I'm really going to try and show them that they should keep me no matter what.
Mm.
Even though I might have like bigger or a higher amount of sick days in the
Mm.
future. I just show them by the quality of my work.
Yeah.
That wasn't really my approach. For me, it was like, I mean, to call it an approach is probably wrong, because that kind of suggests that it's like, yeah, now I won't work well until they give me the contract on purpose, so they have to give me the contract. Like that would be a very stupid approach, right? Because then you won't get the contract either way. I rather mean that I basically like work. My work heavily relies on my personal motivation.
Yeah. Okay, this is what I understood at the beginning. Then I got confused again, but now I'm with you again. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So
you're fine with that.
yeah.
So is there anything
and then
you sort
the
of
third
wish
component.
would
The
have been
component
less?
would be
Or?
my reaction regarding my communication with third parties about it, and like you, for instance, and the stream in general, and I honestly wouldn't change that either, because like I think I initially told you that I just want to rant a bit, which I did, right? And that I think I didn't like started to dump a lot of misinformation or stuff like that about, or like things that discredit anyone or the ZDF in particular.
Are you
Right? Like,
concerned about those things, or why do you bring them up? Because technically, you could also just say like, "No, I'm fine with everything."
oh no, I just think that it's more interesting to understand my thought process behind it. I mean, I
So
can
like, there's no concern that that it came across this way.
I mean,
I'm just
if I
asking because
compare,
like if there would be, you know, like I didn't really see it that way, and I think
So
maybe no one did.
To give you the short answer, I wouldn't have changed anything about my behavior towards third parties. The long answer includes the reasoning, which would be like I didn't just dumped a pile of shit on the company and the persons involved verbally, right? I didn't went on a rant where I posted this on, I don't know, the official ZDF or work subreddit or something like that. So I contained it to a certain degree. I didn't went personal towards the individuals involved.
Yeah,
So
I
it
think it was
basically
good.
was a rant that I was unhappy with the situation without overstepping any red lines that could exist in any way. And I think if my big boss or the mini boss would have been in chat in this particular case last Thursday and would have known that they are meant with it, if they would react as most people would react and not like outliers, then I think they would understand my reasoning behind my rant.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think that they wouldn't be like personally attacked. Like it could of course be that they would be personally attacked, but then that would be a completely different issue. But I wouldn't say that that's my issue in that case, but rather an issue of them being too prideful or something in this very specific scenario. Not that I think that they would react that way.
Would you like to feel, I don't know, to be less angry in the first place or something? Or no?
Honestly, no, I wouldn't want to. Because that has a different reasoning, and I think in different situations of my life, I might have a different answer for that. It's just that like sometimes being pissed at something can be beneficial.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No,
Because
I
it
think being
might
angry is not
distract
necessarily
you
bad, yeah.
from it might distract you from I mean, generally speaking, emotions usually aren't bad for the average human because they have a use case, right?
Yes.
It's just like the question is just how far do you let your emotions take you in which situation? And how much do you let your emotions control you compared to letting you control your emotions?
Yeah.
Right? So, like, being super angry and aggressive might be beneficial if someone takes something away from you that you need to survive, right? I don't know, you are a caveman. Someone takes away your food, you are basically starving, and you get super aggressive right away. You might get that food back.
Yeah.
Then it can be beneficial. It's not beneficial if someone, quote unquote, takes away your girlfriend, and you decide to beat them up. That's not beneficial. It won't give you anything back. Would be a situation where you should probably rather control your emotions than letting your emotions control you, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that getting angry is a bad emotion in general. It's just dependent on the use case and how you implement it to your life, I'd say.
Yeah, it's
Um,
about what you do with that emotion. Yeah.
yeah, in my case, it was basically a tool, kind of, that put my mind on another focus,
Mm.
right? So I got a bit away from the whole trans topic. I got a bit away that my autism therapist was in the United States, which was a pretty huge thing for me, actually,
Yeah.
because I know how the US are at the moment, and how people were being treated who went there to work and ended up being locked away for quite a while and stuff like that. And I really wasn't happy that she went there, but she had to, so she did. Funnily enough, she was very concerned about plane crashes. Um, and she like tried to talk me out of being concerned, and she made like a mistake which she regretted, was like, oh yeah, and I could because I was like, yeah, I'm concerned that you go there and border control will just lock you up or something, because you will have your work stuff with you, and she was like, uh oh yeah, and I could be run over by a car or something, and I couldn't change that. And that really didn't help in the situation.
I was like,
Because
thanks. Now
the
I'm
next thing
anxious
I was
about two
doing was
things.
turning on my PC and giving her this fucking statistic of lethal road accidents in the United States compared to Germany. Uh,
Yeah.
Due to traffic incidents.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, oh boy, they don't look good. Like, US is by far not the worst. But if you go into like a statistics and you look up Germany, it's like really one of the better countries. Like, I mean, the best country is like San Marino or something, like the very small very small countries, or island states where you don't have too many cars anyway, because like the Maldives, for instance, I think they have like a pretty good statistics in terms of traffic casualties compared to the or traffic casualties per 100,000 inhabitants, right?
Yeah.
But Germany has like a pretty good quota, because like getting your driver's license is rather tough in international comparison, right? And the US has like twice as many, or twice as many, no, three times as many traffic incidents that end up deadly per 100,000 inhabitants. So that really wasn't like a good thing to them in the situation. Yeah, but then we ended up talking about the chance of a plane crash in general, because it was like I asked, is she going with Boeing or Airbus? Because the 737 Max, Boeing 737 Max, is like the plane that it basically had like a software issue that caused the plane's nose to pull down.
Yeah.
Right. And Boeing handled that really shitty, because they didn't want to fix it and didn't really communicate it with the pilots. So there were like those, I think, 2 or 3 incidents that ended up with the plane crashing.
Yeah.
And we kind of talked about it, and then like the statistically speaking, you have like one plane crash in every couple million or one incident of plane malfunction, not necessarily a crash, in every I don't know how many million starts, right? With professional companies, or professional airlines, should probably look a bit different with like bush pilots and stuff like that. And she ended up saying, yeah, that kind of helped me, or well, helped her. That we actually talked about that. Because she has like a lot of people, pretty much fear of flying. So yeah, I don't know. That just was a funny coincidence, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot where we came from.
So how do you feel right now in general? And I would leave you with this question for a second because I need to pee.
Okay. Yeah, flying in general is safe. By the way, I want to work, right? Fluffy, I want to work. I just don't want to work particularly hard. Right? So I want to work, spend my, my 40 hours a week, maybe a bit less, I don't know. But I don't want to push for the, I'd make like 20 hours overtime a week to get into the into the upper management and stuff like that. I'm too lazy for that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're probably right. No, I understood the stereotype. Yeah, but flying in general is safe, I'd say. If you look towards the statistics, it is super safe. It's just that the reason behind it is not because it's more safe than driving a car. I'd say if driving a car would somewhat compare to flying a plane in terms of the security infrastructure behind it. So like if you would be in contact with a tower that coordinates where exactly you are allowed to drive and stuff like that, then driving a car would be a lot safer, right? But due to the nature that every moron can get a license and drive on the autobahn in a ludicrous manner, driving a car is a lot more unsafer, right? But generally speaking, it's more likely that you die in a car crash than that you die in a plane crash. I think the fear that people have is that if something goes wrong on the plane, it is way more likely that it could turn up lethal compared to having some kind of issue with your car, right? Because you are up in a metal tube 10,000 kilometers above the sea level. And if both your engines fail there, you won't just roll out and have to sit on the side of the track until someone picks you up, but you rather have, well, a really, really shitty day.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, I mean the statistic on skydiving. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like it's safe if you have the necessary precautions, right? I think that it is still something where I would say I don't care about the statistical risk that something could go wrong. It is enough for me that something might happen, that I wouldn't want to do it. Because if something happens when you skydive, it is very likely to be lethal.
Is
Right.
skydiving the one with the parachute or the one with this where you like sit in this and then have the, I don't know, tiny plane, whatever, above you?
I think skydiving should be a Fallschirmspringen. So basically you
With the
jump out
parachute,
of a
yeah.
plane, you jump out of a
Yeah.
plane,
A
fall
friend
a
of ours
while, and then
actually
you
did skydiving. A couple of
yeah.
days. Like he did one of those like skydiving courses where you have like a couple, like one jump a day or something for like a week. And he missed the landing point entirely and then landed in a tree. And with that, his skydiving experience came to an end because he didn't want to do it anymore. He also like, what was it like? Was he like actually flying in a? Was he hanging there, or was he then? Was he actually like sort of like hugging the tree? I don't even know anymore. But they did like a couple of jumps, like 2 days, I think they did, and he was really scared of them, and he didn't enjoy it that much. But because his like family and his mom was doing it, he did it too because it was supposed to be a family thing. And then on that day, I don't know, he just sort of like, I don't know why, but he just messed up the like sides of it. Probably because of panic, stuff like this. And yeah, then absolutely flew sideways into a tree and had to wait there till people, I don't like, cut him out of the tree, sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our other neighbor did this like not skydiving with the parachute, but this thing with the where you have this like tiny plane above you, like triangular shape thing. And he actually broke his back, but he's not paralyzed, luckily.
Yeah.
Yeah. But these are all of the things I remember. The experiences I have around me.
Yeah. One tiny thing. If 10 people died in 3.6 million jumps during a year, doesn't that mean that, like, I mean, I might have a thought issue here, but doesn't that mean that the chance should be like 1 to 365,000, or at least 1 out of
I
365,000
think
jumps
wasn't there like a
was
weird
lethal?
thing where like in America a million is not a million in German?
No, that's billion.
Yeah,
That's
but
like basically America goes million, billion, trillion, and Germany goes Millionen, Milliarden, Billion. So a German billion, Billionen is an American trillion.
yeah.
So a billionaire doesn't have in German eine Billion Dollar,
So
but has
yeah, but this is
okay.
like still like, does fluffy mean like German million or English million?
That's the same.
Wait, what? No, I thought. What? Ah, yeah. Okay.
Million is exactly the same in English as it is in German.
Yeah.
The difference starts from German Milliarden onwards.
True. True.
Because we say Millionen, Milliarden, Billionen, Billiarden. We have like those this one additional step.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in English, you skip that step and go to the next higher word. So we
Okay.
basically have like we have it easier to count higher, basically.
But yeah, I think you're right. It should be like 1 in 365,000 then.
Yeah, and if you consider winning the lottery as getting out any money, then I would agree with you, because the chance to win anything isn't like too. I think you win as soon as you have 3 times the right number. And I checked up the numbers sometimes, and that's basically like you have, I think in the most common game modification, you have like, I think more than 1 out of 100 people will at least have 3 right picks, statistically speaking.
But how is it winning the whole thing?
Winning the whole thing is probably the most prominent number in this regard, because that should be like 1 to 140 million.
1 to 140 million?
Yes, if you have all 6 guesses right and you guess the Superzahl in German.
And that's
so the
that's what you
additional,
need to get the whole cash thing, right?
that's what you need to get the jackpot, yes.
Why does anybody play lottery? What the fuck, bro? That's like, what?
Yeah.
What the hell? That's like no chance. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Let's get back on topic.
I mean, honestly,
So,
I
yeah.
think there are worse things. Like you can spend your money on worse things than
Yeah, for example, like
than Lotto.
drugs or like anything which is other than that, like inherently like making you suffer and like unhealthy.
Honestly, I
So
would say
cigarettes.
sport bets are worse than Lotto.
Are they? Isn't it like 50-50 with most of the sports bets?
It is 50-50 indeed. If you assume that you have like 2 equal teams that play an indefinite number. Oh no, it's not 50-50, not quite. But if you assume that it's like 2 equal teams playing against each other, then they will get the same amount of wins, the same amount of losses, the same amount of draws over an indefinite number of games they play.
Yeah.
Since the teams aren't equal, you have good chances to tip right?
Yeah.
But your quota will suck, because the quota is rigged so that you won't gain any money, because otherwise the company that offers you the bet would be very stupid if they give you better
Okay,
quotas.
I see that, but at the same time, like if you buy cigarettes, you get cancer. You
Yeah.
pay for cancer.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's worse.
Yeah, but
Like
honestly,
just losing your money is like less bad, I feel like. Like you could throw your money like out of the window and that would be better.
Objectively speaking, yes. Objectively speaking, yes. You can. There are definitely a lot more worse circumstances, but that always kind of depends. Like you could argue the same for spending money on alcohol, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you drink any alcohol or not.
Not really. No.
Yeah. Okay. I used to drink a lot. That's why I stopped. But it's like with alcohol, you could argue, yeah, alcohol is having a negative impact on you regardless of the amount you drink. A bigger amount just have a bigger impact. But so you could argue that spending money on playing Lotto could be better, or is better than spending money on alcohol, right? Because you will lose your money if you play Lotto and you pay for 140 million tickets.
Yeah.
You will win pretty frequently. Statistically speaking, you will you will win the jackpot. Statistically speaking.
When statistically speaking.
Well, if you buy 140 tickets, then you can
Yeah.
go through all of the combinations and you will win the jackpot. Right? In this scenario, you will just win the jackpot once and you won't get anything
What?
from the minor wins.
With 140, you have all the combinations?
140 million, yes.
140 million. It's a
Yeah, I might have
million.
I
It
might
was
have
like
swallowed the million.
140, like what?
No. If you have like the reason why the possibility lays at 1 to 140 million is because you have 140 million possible combinations. So if you buy 140 million tickets, you will get a jackpot, but you will have spent significantly more on those tickets.
Yeah. Okay, what are we getting at?
What I'm trying to get at is it really depends on how dedicated or how determined you are towards playing, because there are a lot of people who really fucked up their life, who really fucked up their life because of gambling, right? And playing Lotto isn't anything different towards to traditional gambling forms.
I think it is technically different to traditional gambling. Also,
Why?
how many people did ruin their lives because of alcohol?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
So
point out. Like,
I still
it's
think,
very...
honestly, like if you spend your money on something, like I think lottery is better than alcohol. In any case.
Yeah, it's just I think like the biggest
Hi, MG Gaming.
addiction types in Germany are generally speaking alcohol and nicotine.
Yeah. Hi, Pyro. You got the gifts up? Wait, what? You're able to share the gifts up just now? Nice. Let's go, Pyro.
Yeah, Fluffy, but that's like what I mean. Like if you lose 350,000 euros.
350k, how do you even lose that money? I don't even have that money.
Yeah, but usually like if you make bets, how is it called? The betting office
Can give you credits?
is very happy to offer you a credit, right? Because like even if you can't afford it right away, they have this claim on paper that you owe them money, and they haven't invested money into that. And as I said, like the quotas are always against you. Which is where I was initially going for, that I think that playing Lotto is a lot better than playing than betting on sports, because Lotto is straight up with the chances. Like they say, okay, look, you have shitty chances. You might win a lot, but you have very shitty chances. Sports bet are usually more subtle with it. Like they suggest that you can win a lot of money only based on your knowledge of that sport.
Essentially, we started actually with just talking about chances in general. So we're not really, yeah, I don't really know how we came to this, to the difference between sports betting and normal betting. But the initial point was that spending your money on like lottery is probably better than spending it on alcohol or anything that gives you like an inherent like health risk. Like I don't know, like drugs and cigarettes and like all of these things.
Yeah.
And then we got into more technical examples.
Yeah. But my point, like, I think Lotto, it's better to play Lotto if you just want to like casually bet sometimes. Not because your chances of winning anything is better, but mainly because Lotto has like a pretty tight contract, and a lot of the money actually goes to towards taxes at the end of the day, because they have like I don't know, some like social responsibility component to it, that they are even allowed to host that game. So
I think I would maybe use this to come back to the topic of the stream now.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It was interesting, definitely. I just feel like I don't know.
Yeah,
There's
you
some
just
things I really
kind of
want
have to
to
catch me.
ask MG Gaming, and so if you don't mind, I feel like we're like here because there's like nothing really deep to talk about anymore.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely glad that your work is better now and that you have this contract to look forward to, and that the whole situation like at least looks like it dissolved, sort of. So
Yeah.
let's see what the future brings.
Okay. I mean, maybe I will come around on Thursday and
Yeah,
be like,
exactly.
oh, they didn't give me a contract.
No, I hope you come with the news that they did give you a contract. But we'll see.
I don't think they are that fast.
We stay hopeful.
I think they will probably take like 2 or 3 weeks. To be honest.
Okay, fair.
But yeah.
Well, maybe you have
Okay.
another contract to report on at that point.
Yeah, could be.
All right. So, see you then. Bye.
Bye.
So, I read the word mental health, immediately clicked. Oh, you're also interested in mental health. I'm glad. How are you doing? And MG Gaming, welcome also to the stream. And I wanted to ask you, how are you doing? And I'm glad you're sober now for a week. Your friend made like 20k a month. He played some years and just after. He made 20k a month. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, with that much money, you can also do useful things, or you gamble and lose 350k. He played some years, and just after losing a whole house, he was like, I can't play anymore, and got help for himself. I'm glad he got help. He at least stepped out at some point, right? I mean, it's sad, though, that he lost the house first. But I feel like sometimes we really need to encounter grave consequences first to really get that we can't keep going like this anymore. Good luck, Pyro. Oh, still getting out. Okay. Yeah, we started sort of with like addictions in general a little bit. Because we started talking about chances. So we were like, okay, like the chance to crash with a plane, for example, is really little. And the chance of like parachuting, Fluffy was giving the example that the chance of like to die while parachuting is actually less than like it's more likely that you win the lottery than to die while parachuting. So that was sort of the point where we then took off into the huge discussion, which like what better, like what are the worst ways than like gambling sort of to lose money, which well, we started with lottery, which is not really like gambling and like really gambling addiction connected, right? But which made us sort of like get to the point of like, well, like alcohol, drugs, cigarettes, like all of those give you like serious health implications. But yeah, I don't know. We sort of, I guess, ended with all addictions really suck. So, like, if it's any addiction, it's like fucked up anyhow. Ooh, nice. Oh my god, I can't even hold the freaking plate because of my muscle pain. So, this is sort of what we were talking about. Look, Toby, you did the joke already. It wasn't funny the first time. I don't know how clear I need to make this. I also don't think it's a common joke because I have never had the joke once. I'm not laughing. I'm smiling and like the hell are you doing? Okay, you need to read body language way better. Because there's the situation of polite laughing. That's a very commonly used thing. Yeah. And you still keep going, which I don't know why. So no, I don't. Okay. So if you do it again or make any other stupid joke, I'm gonna ban you too. And I'm gonna do it. Not because of him, but because I don't think your jokes are funny. And that you make them while you got the feedback and still keep on going is making me pissed off by you because you don't respect my rules for the stream. You get that? Like, I'm sorry I have to be a little bit aggressive here, but we had this topic once already, so I feel like I had to make it clear. No, this is not like this is the harshness you get, you know, when you don't get the less harsh version. It's like it's a reaction sort of level, you know? You didn't get the first 3 levels. So now you're at like level 4. You know? And you were at level 4 in the beginning, and then you said like, oh, yet you laugh, chuckling. And sort of try to put it in a positive light where I felt like, okay, you didn't get it yet. So now level 5, you know? Then you said like you were already banned for this. So you actually are aware of the fact what this joke does. So that now we're level 6, sort of, you know? Oh, Kraken. I thank you a lot for the sub. We'll see if that makes his motivation more, but we'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are very bad with boundaries. Actually, there's a lot of people who are very who prioritize like viewers and success more as well. It's also a common issue, actually. You know? Yeah. Definitely. Pyro, I see you. So you're doing not too well, MG Gaming? How are you not doing too well? How do you feel? Kraken last year lost 100k, this year 40k. Damn. Get this, stuck at war, 4 years, can't leave the house. No prospects of how the future and could be looking like. All I do is work pretty much most of the time. Where do you live, if I might ask? Or like how do you mean stuck at war? Is the war like sort of in your hometown, or are you a soldier at someplace else and sort of like not getting home? Thank you so much for 2 gifted subs, Clark. I really appreciate this. Ukraine, I'm a soldier.